the meeting can join from YouTube. I hope that.
Okay.
The different dialogues.
Yes, Hamdia is part. Hamdia is there. Look at Hamdia. Slow.
Where is the you see the names? You see the names, but not the face.
Prof can't join no, because we are 100 and he is not part of us.
Is it?
Who will sacrifice?
I need to join from YouTube.
Sacrifice yourself.
Behave like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm discussing with Judas.
The B is valid.
Two people have sacrificed.
So still he can't join.
Yes, my brother.
Do you want to sacrifice?
Is it?
I'm asking whether you want to sacrifice.
No. Hey, at this crucial moment.
Please, the discussion is shared on YouTube, so let's wait, minimize it.
It's a good idea. He should end it so that we all rejoin.
What is happening?
So nobody was willing to sacrifice, eh?
What is happening?
Nobody sacrifice. Yeah,
He has joined. So please, Yvonne has sacrificed.
I think because I'm streaming, I would have to cut my connection and put me on again. So immediately that happened, I had to go off. Okay, so yes, please. Pardon? You were saying something. I'm streaming. Somebody said hello, sir. I'm listening. Hello? You were saying something. Somebody said hello, sir. Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you all hear me? Please hold on. I'm looking for a document. So I believe we can proceed. You can see my screen. You tell me. Hold on. Josephine Lyer's hand is up.
Mohammed, what have you gathered?
Are you still good?
You say, am I still? Somebody was saying something.
Yeah, are you still going to close by at the 7:45 you mentioned?
No, I've changed my mind.
Okay.
So at least by 10. Okay. So the first area I want to talk about is environmental analysis. Okay. So how does ICA ask questions on environmental analysis? Well, ICA has been asking a lot of questions. So you see, this is Pestel, but let's see how ICA can ask Pestel. ICA has asked Pestel in a lot of ways. Let me see if I can get a question on Pestel. Now, when you look at, let's see. Look, December 2022, question 2. Okay. I hope everybody can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
look at how the question came. Look at how the question came. Okay. It says what? Using Porter's diamond model or Porter's model for determining national competitive advantage. Evaluate 4 factors that have influenced the competitiveness of, this one came for TCWL. You can replace it with what? Prestige. In Ghana, for which the management must consider as it expands its operations internationally. Do you see? So if we are to apply this model to prestige designers, how do we go about it? Anytime you want to use a model, right? And you want to score the maximum mark, this is how models are located. First of all, what is it about? So when you start, you tell us what the Porter's model is about, right? That is the point you want to make, right? That's the model. Explain it. The Porter's model talks about this and that, right? When you finish, then you now relate it to the case. Give evidence from the case. Sometime back when I did a pre-intervention, I gave you P, right? I taught you many ways to answer case questions. Those who have watched those videos, they know, right? So P, the point you want to make, explanation and evidence. And for every model, even if they've not asked you, always criticize the model at the end. Tell us that despite the application of the model I've done above, the following are the criticisms of this model. Do you get the idea? It is one thing that works magic. You explain the model a little before you start applying. Okay, this is what the Porter's diamond is used for. I get it. But from the case, this is what I think is going to help prestige. Okay, then we come to what? Pestel. Now, ICA nowadays want you to relate the Pestel directly, either from an unfavorable factor point of view or from favorable factor point of view. What does that mean? It means that they can tell you that, okay, under what, considering the external environment, under what circumstance can the company not pay its loans? Or can the company not raise finance? That means they are talking about what? Unfavorable Pestel factors, meaning you are looking for what? Threats. Makes sense? Or they can ask you that, okay, under what economic factors are going to help the company secure a sustainable loan? That means they're asking you for opportunities in the environment. Do you all follow? So for me, as a strategist, when do I use Pestel? I use Pestel for 3 things. 1, for environmental analysis. Okay. 2, for change management, to identify triggers of change. Okay. And 3, for risk identification. Okay. These are the circumstances under which I use Pestel. And the examiner can also ask you questions on Pestel around this area. Either you are doing environmental analysis, which is what students only focus on. But apart from this, we can ask you to use Pestel to identify risks. Are we okay? That is one thing you must understand. Okay. So if you are going to YouTube, just go to YouTube and search for Prof's training solutions. Okay. Just search for Prof's training solutions on YouTube. That's all. So go to, sorry, let me write the link down. So youtube.com stroke. Go to youtube.com. youtube.com/. Solutions. Then you swipe to the live tab. Okay. You swipe to the live tab. So this is the link. But how I've done it, I don't think it should. So now I've posted it in the chat column. So if you want to, at least you can copy it, right? Once you click it, it will take you directly to YouTube. I've posted it in the chat section. I hope that's okay. Okay, so we can continue. Please, the one who asked, are you okay? The one who asked, are you okay? Are you okay?
Sir, please, if you can share it on the platform, some people want to join.
And I've shared it too.
On the WhatsApp platform.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And I've also shared it in your chat column. So if you are using your phone, just copy it and post it on the call. The platform people are asking for, at least, so that it can also help. But I have posted it on the platform. Okay, so now I believe we are all okay. We can proceed. So I said Pestel can be used for what? I gave you 3 things you can use Pestel for. What are they? Yes.
Triggers of change. Identifying triggers of change.
So risk identification.
And then the last one.
Environmental analysis.
Environmental analysis. So we use Pestel for these 3 things. So now I believe you are all expecting Pestel, but you may go and they'll tell you using Pestel analysis, identify the significant risks from the environment. Then you see people will be struggling because they were only expecting Pestel, right? Now, the opportunities and threats that you identify within the environment may also be what? Triggers of change, or they may also constitute risks. Do you understand? So this is the particular way ICA can ask you a question around here. And I told you Pestel could be specific, right? How? They could only ask you for threats, meaning something that will be unfavorable to the company, or they can ask you for what? Opportunities. So you see the way it comes. And you see under it, they gave Pestel for 8 marks. And the second part was what? The limitations of Pestel. Who can give me some of the limitations of this analysis? One, it's a static analysis, right? It doesn't consider future events and other stuff. And also the things that are predicted in the environment today may change. True or false? True or false?
True.
True. So these are some of the limitations of Pestel. Remember this. So now let's apply these 2 models, which is the first part of your syllabus, to the case, right?
So the limitations again.
I said 1, it is a static analysis. It's a static. It doesn't change. Okay, it considers what is happening now, but it's supposed to consider future implications. And you know that the environment keeps changing. So if you are not considering that change in the future, it can change everything later. It doesn't consider chance events like government impact on COVID and other things, right? So that alone is a disadvantage of the model. Do you get the idea? So you look at it. Is everyone okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's see. If we are looking at political factors, you see, how do we do Pestel? I always tell students that if you want to do any environmental analysis or internal analysis, tell us this. You can use any approach. You can say, what have you told me? So what has happened? Or what have you told me, right? What has the question told you? What have you told me? Why does it matter? Okay, when we talk about why does it matter, we mean how significant it is. How does it affect the organization, right? Not so. Then, does it increase or decrease revenue, cash flow, profit, okay, profit, whatever, costs, right? Anything. Remember, you are an accountant. Why would an accountant be concerned with Pestel? We are looking at the impact of the financial statement, okay? So you must understand this. That is where students are lacking. If you, students who are in ICA, they do Pestel as if they are marketers. You answer questions, Pestel questions like you are doing marketing. You are accountants, so you are only literally looking at the impact on your financials. And the impact, if it increases cash flows or brings cost savings, is what? It's an opportunity. If it reduces cash flows or what? Increases cost, then it's a threat to your financials. True or false? And always make sure that these things you are saying, you support it with ratios. Okay? What did I say? So support it with what? Ratios. How? If ratios are not even given, you can say that this one will end up increasing revenue. From the case, it tells us that what? The company saw 2022 improvement in performance. And this might be because of the economic factors that have happened. Or if there's a reduction, it is because of maybe what? The political stability, availing businesses for the opportunity to do business, right? Because if there's political stability, what happens? People can do business and make money. Because if there's war and civil unrest, who can do business and make money? Do you get it? If there are government policies like taxation, what happens? More tax means less cash flow to you. It's a threat to you. If there are subsidies, it's an opportunity. How does it affect your cash flows? If you're able to tell the examiner this, trust me, if Pestel is 10, you get 10 over 10. They are not going to mark you down because you hit the point. What they have told you, why it matters. Does it increase or affect your revenues? What's the opportunity or threat? If you feel you cannot use this approach, okay, even when you are doing SWOT, right? What you have identified, what have they told you? That the company has a lot of staff. That's what they've told you. Why does it matter? It matters because having a lot of staff is key resources, right? Why is it significant? Because a lot of staff becomes your strength. Why is it a strength? Because it can increase production capacity. Therefore, or thereby increasing revenue because of the number of units produced, maybe increase profits or increase cash flows, reduce costs because of cost efficiencies, right? Is there an opportunity of trade? This, therefore, is an opportunity for the company to achieve its objective, thus maximizing shareholder wealth. You see how I answer questions? If you write this, do you think somebody is going to fail you? No. That is it. Everything about exam is not knowledge alone. It is technique. You can be the most knowledgeable person. You've read the cases, you've read the textbook cover to cover, and you will still fail if you do not apply logic and strategy. I hope that is okay. Makes sense. So what have you told me? Why does it matter? That's the significance of what has happened, right? And then does it increase? Always tell us the implication. That's how you do Pestel, right? Okay, so I'm just giving you a typical example. So for instance, when you look in the case, here I wanted to go with the favorable and favorable part, but you can select a lot of points. I'm just giving you the idea. So when I talk about the political environment, so things like what? One, you see everything you state, you must explain. I see people only listing. We do not list. The person who has the problem has brought it to you as a consultant. You are not supposed to just list. You are supposed to explain. You can list them just for brainstorming and then explain them, the key ones. So government policies, there were some government policies, right? like changes in government policy, like urbanization, redevelopment policies can impact land acquisition and development projects. Would it impact this positively or negatively? This is where you come in. If it affects it positively, this is what will happen. If it affects it negatively, this is what will happen, right? I'm giving you the flair so that you can write it in your own words. I don't want all of you to adopt the same answer. That is why I didn't become so specific. I hope you are learning something. So increased regulatory hurdles or incentives can affect project timelines and costs, potentially impacting profits and cash flows. You see how I answer questions? So always relate it directly to the case. What has happened? There's change in government policy. Government has introduced, this alone is a separate point. You can just head your what? Pestel factor what? Urbanization redevelopment policy. Then you underline it. Government introducing urbanization redevelopment policies is going to bring what? Cost for the company, because the company has to adopt these new redevelopment policies. And as a result of that, this is going to increase cost of operations, such as cost of sales and what way, significantly impacting the company's profit. Ratios like the gross profit ratio will see a decrease by this much or something, if only you have some calculations, right? It can impact land acquisition costs. Hence what? Increasing land costs in the economy. Increasing land costs would mean what? Our cost of operations are going to increase, right? As well as capital items. What is the impact on your financial performance and your financial position? Do you see where I'm coming from? If it's okay, we can move. So political stability or instability in the region may lead to uncertainties in business operations and investment decisions. So increased risk of project delays or disruptions may affect revenues and profitability. So you see, I talked about what has happened. Talk about the impact and tell us how it impacts what? Revenue or profit or cost, right? So if it's a threat or it's an opportunity, that is what you end with. But I don't want to talk plenty. I'm just giving you the guideline, right? So that is it. So we saw government policy, saw political stability. There are other ones. All these things, you can make them what? Points. Okay? So we have economic factors. In the case, we saw economic growth. So economic growth in Ghana and neighboring countries influence demand for housing and construction projects. So the higher economic growth may lead to what? Increased demand for housing, positively affecting revenues and what? Profit. And you see, once the economy grows, people want to move from their rented apartments, build their own house, or even rent, right? What happens then? When that happens, won't Prestige get a lot of money? I told you I want the session to be interactive so we can share ideas. Won't Prestige get a lot of money?
Yes,
Would
they
it
will.
increase cash flows? Yes. So far as it will increase cash flows, what happens then? Is there an opportunity or a threat?
An opportunity.
It's an opportunity.
And that is what the examiner wants to know, right?
Can you, when you are answering this question, can you decide to do it if there is high economic growth, and then like you explain it in the context of opportunity and threats?
Yes, of course. So it's not every point that has to just be an opportunity. You can talk on two sides. Do you get it? That, for instance, if the case was not directly specific, okay, you can talk on the other side and talk on the other side as well. Then you say,
Okay,
if this
sir.
happens, for instance, if they say government is introducing a policy to shut down all real estate companies in this part, right? Has government done it yet? No. Government has not done it yet. You get it? So you say that currently government is doing this, but if government should have introduced that policy in the future, then this is the impact. Therefore, it will be a threat then. But now it's not a threat. Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is what we call drivers of change in Pestel. So if you are doing Pestel, sometimes you should consider potential drivers of change as well. And these are some things that mostly people do not talk about it in class, but you need to include it. That's what makes your analysis distinct, right? That's what they want to see. I hope that's okay. Is your question answered?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. So we have seen economic growth. Higher economic growth will lead to increased demand for housing, definitely positively affecting revenues and profit. So what is that? Opportunity or threat?
Opportunity.
So you are going to tell the examiner that this therefore would increase or will create an opportunity for the company to achieve its objective, thereby maximizing shareholders' wealth, because that's the end result of the analysis you are doing. Okay. Remember, Pestel 5 forces, whatever environmental analysis, both internal and external, you always link it to ratios. What did I say? You always link it to what? Ratios. So if I'm doing Pestel and they say what? Inflation has increased, go and check the financial statement. Has profit gone down? Yes. If profit has gone down, what ratios can I calculate to impact profit? ROCE, asset turnover. How does this affect it? Maybe gross profit margin has seen a decrease from what? 30% to 20%. Signifying that for every 1 CD of sale that I make 20 pesos gross profit today, but yesterday I was making what? 30 pesos. This is because of inflation, which has risen during the period, and that has caused this ratio to fall. This, therefore, is what? A significant impact on cost and therefore a threat to the company's ability to achieve its cash flows. Does it make sense? You see how I've related what is happening in the environment to the financials? Makes sense? How come you do not do that? That's what they want to see. So you see, when I talk about economic growth means what? Increase in demand for housing. Therefore, what will happen to revenue? More revenue, right? Because people buy more houses. What will happen to profit? Increase in profit. What will happen to cash flow? More cash flow, right? Do you get it? Somebody can also say that increase in economic growth may also prompt government to also start constructing its own low-cost housing, which may be a threat to the company. True or false? True or false? Meaning people are not patronizing you. They want to patronize the one from government. So think about all these things, right? And that's how I want you to deal with questions. Assuming financial statement is given, which definitely financial statement will be given because you are going to use it to prepare a forecast, right? But the thing is that when the financial statement is given, make sure that you first compute some ratios to analyze its cash flows first, right? That's what you need to do. You compute ratios to analyze its cash flows first. Once you are able to compute those ratios to analyze its cash position, then you know whether the company needs more cash. Because somewhere down the line, they said that they will finance most of the activities like for the Dodowa development from their operating cash flows. We do not know the operating cash flows. So definitely we need to forecast their cash flows for the next 2 years. Okay. And cash forecast at your level relies purely on ratios, unless they ask for cash budget, which means it will be monthly. And that one I know you did it for management accounting. So you do not have a problem with it. But when it comes to cash flow forecast using the EBITDA approach, we are going to look at it, and I think you should be fine. It appeared only in November 2019, has not appeared again. You should be fine, right? So shall we move? So we have interest and inflation rates. I told you, relate the calculations to what? What did I say about environmental analysis? Always relate it to what?
Ratios.
Ratios. So if you have some financial figures, add them up. If you do not have, still tell us. It will shift this ratio from this to this and that, right? At least it tells us that you understand the impact on your financial statement, which people do not do most of the time. Now, let's look at social issues. We saw consumer preferences, right? Changing consumer preferences towards sustainable homes and environmentally friendly practices influence market demand. Now, if we fail to meet this consumer demand for sustainable homes, what will happen to us? We will lose sales and market share, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Will it negatively affect our cash flows or profits?
Negative.
Negative. So is there a threat to opportunity?
Threat.
Yes. But we going into sustainable homes itself is an opportunity for us. True or false?
True.
True. So it depends on how you look at it, right? So the examiner is open if it makes sense to him. But look at what they are asking. If they are asking for something tilting towards threat, give them the threat side. If you are asking something tilting more to opportunity, give them the opportunity side. I hope that is okay. So let's go to technological. Technological factors in the case that we saw that there were modern methods of construction, right? So adoption of MMC and innovative construction technologies can improve efficiency and reduce construction time. True or false?
True.
So is this an opportunity or a threat?
An opportunity.
An opportunity, because anything that improves efficiency is going to increase revenues. The same way, what is the threat side of it? This one comes with a huge investment cost.
Yes,
Yes,
true.
it does.
Which will
Because they
draw
have to
from
go-
your cash. Of
Initial
course. So look at what the question is asking, right? If not, you can talk on two sides to get your marks. Don't talk plenty. You can even underline this and use bullet points, right? To explain. Instead of writing a full paragraph, make each sentence a bullet point. It makes your work very neat. I hope it's clear. Okay, so implementation of modern methods of construction can also lower construction costs and shorten project timelines. positively impacting profitability and cash flows. Makes sense. IT systems. Upgrading IT systems and adopting digital tools enhance operational efficiency and communication within the organization. So improved IT systems can streamline processes, reducing administrative costs and improving cash flows. Opportunity or threat? Opportunity, right?
Opportunity.
Environmental issues. We saw climate change, right? The risk associated with climate change, like earthquakes and typhoons, and what they impact your construction design and safety measures. Even you can even talk about the reaction of the society, right? You can add it to environmental because they wanted people to be planting more trees, but you come to build houses. This alone can be a threat to you, right? So implementing safety measures to mitigate this environmental risk can increase your cost, right? Thereby affecting your profitability. Opportunity or threat?
Threat.
Threat. Then we have sustainable practices, right? In the case, emphasis on sustainable building practices. Yes, boss.
The one you just left, you could blend something like you integrate sustainability by planting trees, which is in the long term, which meets the environmental side as well as what you want to do.
Yes, of course. So that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm telling you, that you can talk about both sides in your answer, right? That's why if the examiner is not directly specific as to whether you should use the negative side or the positive side of things, then you can talk of both sides, right? Then you give a conclusion on the end. Are we okay? Always, one thing I realize is that a lot of students, even after doing something like ratios, they never give recommendation. It's bad. Always, there should be a recommendation. That's why you're doing strategic case study. That is the thing. You must always give recommendation. Please do not forget this. It is what will move you from 37 to 61. Is that okay? Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Please, are we all on point?
Yeah.
So, sustainable practices. When we emphasize on sustainable building practices and green construction influences, okay, they influence project design and materials. Investment in sustainable practices may initially increase costs, but they can lead to long-term savings in energy and maintenance expenses, right? Impacting profitability positively in the long run. But the thing is that this one depends, right? Because implementing it comes with a cost. Do you get it? So, as usual. Then the legal side, we have regulatory compliance, things like adhering to building codes, zoning regulations, environmental laws. Are you getting it? Being essential for project approvals and permits. Non-compliance with regulations can lead to fines, legal disputes, project delays, impacting costs and cash flows, right? So it is definitely a threat, because in the short term, it's a threat, but in the long term, you build your reputation because you've been compliant with taxes, you've been compliant with environmental rules, right? Do you see where I'm coming from? It seems people always talk on the one side, but do not. If you want to win the examiner's heart, you must always talk on all the potential issues on your financial statement, which people do not do. They answer Pestel. Tell me the truth. How many of you answer or have answered Pestel before and you've added the financial side? Rarely people do it, right? They only talk about it. Even if they go for it to explain, they never talk about the impact on the financial. So why is an accountant engaged to do Pestel? For what reason? They can give it to a marketer. An accountant is needed because you can tell us the potential of non-financial issues on your financials. Because the objective of case study, when you look at the syllabus, says what? The student must be able to use both financial and non-financial information to make strategic decisions. So where is it? I'm not seeing it. That's what you need to be able to do. Does that make sense? Okay. Are we okay? So this was about the Pestel. There's contractual obligations, okay, like fulfilling your contractual obligations with your subcontractors, suppliers, and clients will be crucial for project execution. Now, when you fail to meet these things, it may lead to people suing you, financial penalties, and other stuff, right? The same way, it comes at a cost. So you always have to look at the two sides of things. So that is Pestel. Is everybody okay with Pestel? Because we don't have time to be slowing down. These things, you spend so many months to be learning them. It's not now that we have to break it down and go one by one. Is everybody okay? Who has a question for me?
Hello, bro.
Yes, boss.
Can you please go up? I was just trying to look at the conclusion. You were saying that we have to conclude at the end of the day. So I just wanted to look at how you concluded.
Overall, each factor in the Pestel analysis presents unique challenges and opportunities for prestige, with potential impact on revenue, costs, profits, and cash flows. Effective management of these factors is essential for sustaining competitive advantage and ensuring long-term success in the real estate industry, as well as increasing or maximizing shareholders' wealth.
Okay.
It depends on you. Like, I don't want you to have the same answer, right? You have to have the flair to do your own thing. Okay, can we proceed? So the next question we saw when it came to the questions was what? Prestige exists in an external environment that appears to be either favorable and unfavorable. Okay, that was the Pestel for HPC. I was changing it. And so we have Porter's Diamond. It says what? The competitiveness of a business operating in a country is determined by the presence of a combination of some factors and conditions. The management or the board of Prestige wants to understand the factors in Ghana that have influenced its success or otherwise over the years, and which should be considered which should be considered as it expands to the new West African country. Does this sound familiar somewhere? Have you seen this somewhere? Is it related to the case? Yes. So it wants to expand to a West African country, or it wants to go outside Ghana. If it wants to go outside Ghana, what are the potential things this company should consider? Right? And it starts from what? Examining advantages that Ghana has that can strengthen you to go to another country. So if Ghana's real estate industry is strong enough, right? If you are from an area where it's brutal, you're always fighting, and then you become a boxer, it will be easier than somebody who was raised in a very quiet environment with no violence, right? Is that not it? Is that not so? So what does Ghana have that will prove an advantage to you to compete in a real estate industry in another country? Do you understand the model? Does it make sense? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Does it make sense?
Yes, sir.
It makes
So what
sense.
does Ghana has in its real estate industry that will strengthen you to make sure that you participate well in other countries who also do real estate? So Ghana should strengthen you enough, or Ghana should have some factors which will make it easier for you to participate elsewhere, right? So that is the Porter's Diamond. So there are four issues that we have to look out for. So for the real estate industry in Ghana, what did we see? So we look at factor conditions, and factor conditions are basically the factors of production that avail themselves that Ghana has that other countries may not have, right? Which will make us very strong in the real estate industry. When you look in the case, we have skilled labor force, right? So availability of skill. So most people do not know how to apply Porter's Diamond. They just talk about it like, okay, there's natural resources, there's skilled labor, and those things, fine. But how does it impact the particular job you are doing? So does it create an opportunity or does it create a threat? That's how you do Porter's Diamond as well. Everything, your end result is either an opportunity or a threat. Okay, and that is what the examiner is looking for. So look at how I go about it. So the availability of skilled workers in construction, architecture, and engineering, right? We saw that is a factor condition. If they are there, then everything in construction in the real estate industry goes smoothly. Now let's see. Access to a skilled labor force enables efficient project execution. Opportunity or threat?
Opportunity.
Opportunity.
Innovation in construction methods, enhancing competitiveness. So I can go for it and say, in the case of Prestige, this will help it maximize its cash flows and therefore becomes an opportunity. Does Porter's Diamond make sense now? When you just read it, it does not make sense. So if they say apply, you are just writing theory. But I hope it makes sense now. So if you talk about the factor, tell us why it is important and how it helps the organization or how it is detrimental to the organization. Makes sense? So infrastructure, adequate infrastructure, including transportation networks and utilities, supports construction activities. Okay, so well-developed infrastructure reduces logistical challenges and project costs, thereby improving profitability. Opportunity or threat?
Opportunity.
So you can give a conclusion about that factor. That is that factor favorable or unfavorable? Favorable. You can also twist it. If I say one to only the unfavorable part, look at it. This skilled labor force will cost to employ them, right? Maybe if the cost of acquiring them in Ghana is so much, then it is a threat to companies operating in the real estate industry in Ghana, which means other countries will have an advantage because they have cheaper labor force compared to Ghana. right? So our skilled labor force will be disadvantageous to us because most of them are flying from Ghana to other countries. You see how I've twisted it? So it depends on how the question is put. I just want you to have that mindset, that idea, and you should be fine. Are we okay with factor conditions? Did you see how I applied it? Can we move? You don't have time.
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about demand conditions, the people themselves that are in Ghana here, do they like buying houses?
I've not back. From back at Mutual Bontimon.
These are some of the disruptions I was talking about. Let's continue. So, the people in Ghana themselves, do they buy real estate? 1. 2, is there something that is happening in Ghana that would increase demand that other countries may not have? That is demand condition. So when you look in Ghana now, they told us that what? There's a growing population. Is that not so? And this growing population, is it not a demand condition? Is it not something that will encourage people to go into real estate? It is, right? So the growing population and the urbanization drive demand for residential housing, and also there was rural-urban migration, right? A lot of people moving from the rural areas to the urban areas. So increasing demand for housing presents opportunities for real estate developers to expand their market share and increase revenues. True or false? So thereby, would this lead to an opportunity or a threat?
An opportunity.
An opportunity. What is the threat side of it? Somebody should coin it into a threat element.
The stress side of it is that if people do not move to the township, it probably means that demand for houses would not be there, which will be a threat.
Of course.
Another side too is that if government decides to compete with the private sector, the demand for the house in the private sector will be low because people will go for government.
Of course. You get it. This is how I want you to think. So if you go and ICA just asks you on the favorable side, then provide the favorable side, right? So there's a question like that which tells us that under what circumstance would we consider maybe the real estate industry to be unfavorable compared to other countries? Then that means what is ICA asking for Pest Diamond? Opportunities or threats?
Opportunity.
No, check. Under what circumstance would the real estate industry provide unfavorable factors?
Threats.
That means they're asking for threats. Are we okay? That means they're asking for threats. Are we okay? So please, just open your mind. I'm preparing you for every typical type of question so that when you are going, you are very comfortable. Some people knew Pestel. One night they went and they just threw the other side of Pestel. They didn't know what to do, right? Just be open. Let's go to, that was demand condition, the income levels. Do you know that when income levels rise, people would want to upscale their properties? True or false? You were living in a one room. When you get money, you went for maybe a chamber and hall. You get money, you move to a 2-bedroom. You get money, you build your own house. True or false? So that alone is the demand condition. But what would it do for the real estate companies?
They'll make more money.
They will make
It
more
will
money.
increase their shares and make more money.
So with this that you have said, let's compare it to another country where people do not have rising incomes. Compare it to Ghana now. Who has an advantage?
Ghana.
Ghana will have an advantage.
That is all Pest Diamond is about. You are comparing how profitable that industry is in your country compared to another country and why it becomes a national competitive advantage. Okay, so since Prestige wants to move into a West African country and do joint venture or whatever, first of all, you need to assess these things and see whether with the strength that or the momentum that it has built in Ghana, it can compete well in another country. Does that make sense? So for me, I think that from the national perspective, you are looking at how profitable an industry is from the perspective of your country to another country. I hope you get it very well. It's that simple. Makes sense. Can we move? Okay. So let's look at related and supporting industries. Now, do you know that every particular industry, when it has other industries that support it or that move it, it makes it easier. Let's take tourism, for instance. What makes tourism very lucrative in Ghana? because they are related and supporting industries. For instance, are there no catering services? If you are talking tourism, are there no transport services in Ghana? There are, right? So you come to Ghana for tourism, you have a hotel to lodge at, true or false? You have a tour bus to take you around, true or false? You have good taxes systems. You have financial services to withdraw money. You have security. All these things, are they not supporting the tourism to make it attractive? Are they not supporting the tourism?
They are supporting it to be creative.
So if these things are available in Ghana, it makes Ghana a lucrative place to do this. So if any company is here and he goes outside, because he has access to these facilities, he can be successful out there compared to a company who doesn't have access to these things. True or false? So when we come to the real estate industry, what related and supporting industries can we talk about? And how can they bring either a detriment or an advantage to the company in question? So for instance, let's mention some of the related and supporting industries from the case, apart from what I have written down. First of all, we have suppliers, right, of raw materials, right, like cement and all that. Even the cement manufacturers themselves, cement manufacturing and building manufacturing way. What about them? We have service personnel, right, like the masons and all that, right? We need them to work. We have the architects and the designers. No, so
Yes, sir.
what else do we need? Which related and supporting industries relate to real
So
estate?
the financiers too.
Banks.
For financial services. Okay. What else? For loans. Which other places? Transport. Is transport not connected with real estate? If you buy the cement and the other things, how are you going to transport them to site? I hope I'm making myself clear.
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't suggest all this. You can suggest some. You see, I know so many, but you see, I only brought 2 just for exam's sake. Do you get it? So, artisans, right? Yes, the unfavorable climate in the West African country. It's a factor condition. Comparing it to Ghana, it means Ghana is more favorable with more advantages, right? So if we go there, provided that we have an unfavorable climate, we have been exposed to a favorable climate before. So if we are exposed to an unfavorable climate, what is the impact on what we are going to do? That is all you have to talk about. Okay, the person asking for that. Makes sense. So if we look at the construction material suppliers, right, how do they impact us? Do they lead to an opportunity or a threat? So presence of local suppliers for construction materials like cement, steel, and bricks, right? When we collaborate with them, it can lead to cost savings, improve supply chain efficiency, and better product quality. Makes sense. I hope it makes sense. Also, financial services. Access to financing options and mortgage facilities, support property purchases, partnering with financial institutions to offer attractive financing packages can stimulate housing demand and drive sales. True or false? Can somebody point it to an unfavorable factor? Let me see. Any of them? We have less time. It's almost 9.
If the cost of financing is high, to go against
the cost of financing is high. Yes, that is very true. If the cost of financing is. And what about the lead time of these construction suppliers? If they also do not deliver on time, or we cannot rely on them, or they bring poor quality goods and services, it can affect us. No, be so. You see, that is also a disadvantage. Makes sense. So when it comes to firm strategy, structure, and rivalry, we are looking at things like competition. There were strong competitors, right? So the presence of strong competitors is 2 things. It can be a threat now, but it can also strengthen us to compete well in the foreign country. So that is why I said what? Now it's a threat, but you see I put it to bracket. Outside, then it's good for business because we're already strong. A lady who is raised with 5 brothers, you know, go feel mafia. They've already mafiaed her already, right? So that is it. So if you face the competition, now you are strong to go for business outside. Makes sense. And also, if there are strategic alliances with suppliers, contractors, and other stakeholders, these partnerships can help you leverage resources and capabilities, leading to competitive advantages in the market. Yes, Joyce, your hand is up.
Sir, so can you please go up to where we're talking about there? I want to ask a question.
Yeah, you can ask your question.
Okay, so on the competition, can't it be an opportunity in the sense
That's what
that,
I said.
oh,
I
okay.
said that it's two things. If you face strong competitors in the current terms, in your country, it's a threat, right? But when you are going outside, it strengthens you to compete very well. Joyce, are you okay?
Yeah, like I was
Because we are
thinking it
looking
from
at,
this perspective,
okay.
like if there's a strong competition in your local market, then
Yeah.
it makes you innovative and creative. So then,
Of course, that is also part of it,
like, I should
right? And that is what will make you to compete well in the other side, because you built that innovation and what competitive response strategies here. Does that make sense?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. So that was it. But apart from that, you can always add. You always need to add, even if they've not asked you. You can add government and chance events. Okay, so things like what? COVID. Nobody expected COVID. It can change everything here. Do you all agree? So government, like the regulatory environment, government policies and regulations governing land use, zoning, and construction permits, stringent regulations or bureaucratic delays can hinder project timelines and increase costs. Also, subsidies in the real estate, government can give subsidies, right, to boost people to do low-cost housing. All these things are government, government interference can change all these factors. And also chance events, right? Like any natural disaster happening can change everything here. So talk about these things or add them, right? So you see, when I give a conclusion. Overall, leveraging Ghana's favorable factor conditions, growing demand and supportive industries can create opportunity for real estate firms to thrive in the market. However, challenges related to intense competition, regulatory hurdles, and infrastructure limitations need to be carefully addressed to mitigate threats and capitalize on opportunities, right? So that is it.
Please, can you go to the strategies?
You see, can
you move stop small?
I don't understand. You said, can I move
mean,
up?
can you scroll? Yes.
Okay, what do you want to see? Is that okay? Yeah, Stanley, your hand is up. Oh, so you don't have any question for me. That is fine. So because we do not have time, because we are talking about the global environment, I do not want to move directly to 5 forces. Let's go into international strategies. Since the company wants to compete globally, we must know how it will succeed internationally because it wants to expand outside, right? So first of all, what do we need to know when you are going outside? When you want to compete outside, there are some things that we have to know and know well. And these are the things that I want you to know and understand, right? So we are going into the international environment. Okay, the international environment is key for your success, right? It has never been examined in this news. Okay, it has been examined a few times, but now I think it's very necessary we look at everything around the international environment. So you are welcome to exam. Where did I open it? I opened it somewhere. Exam context. I cannot find it today. Anyway, let's see. Exam context. Exam coming in. Oh. Why is this document not opening? Please, bro, the document I want to open is not opening. Should we start fasting? It's not opening. Hey, what happened?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
I wanted to the financial service side.
Uh-huh.
You can zero in on mortgage banking, which is specifically would give loans to the construction firms to go there. Can you use it as a factor condition, or you can just leave it where they are?
Oh, yeah, you can. You can.
Okay.
It is good as a factor condition. You can, yeah. You see, that's one thing about case study that makes it interesting. I wonder why people even find this course difficult. Because it's so free and you have to express yourself. But
so sometimes Ufi exam whenever about you.
It's because of how you approach things. That is it. It's because of how you approach things. But don't worry, let's just go with time. I'm actually looking for international strategies. Where have I put you? Aha, they are here, nicely set and done. Okay, so when it comes to international strategies, there are some things that you must know. Okay, so here they are. So if you want to expand internationally, ICA is smart. You have to be smarter. These are the areas or the dimensions of questions that they can ask you when it comes to international expansion, right? So there are 3 key decisions. Whether you should market abroad at all. So should Prestige market abroad in the first place? That's where you take it from. Secondly, which market should you enter? And to decide on which markets to enter, you have to consider some factors. Then thirdly, once you have decided how to enter or what you should consider to enter, how do you intend to enter? So why should you enter? Which market should you enter? Or when should you enter, right? Then how do you enter? So first of all, when you are considering marketing abroad, you are looking at what? Under what circumstances should you go abroad? When an opportunity presents itself, right? And then with this, you can answer it with what? The 5 C's, are you getting it? Of globalization, which is propounded by Kenichi Ome, right? So this thing is in your syllabus hiding somewhere. Maybe they can tell you that, okay, suggest reasons why you think this company should go abroad using Kenichi Ome's model. Then people be like, Kenichi Ome. But anyway, sometimes when I see a stringent on some models like this, they will still allow you to bring your own reason. Why would a company want to market abroad? Yes, when an opportunity presents itself, right? So for the 5 C's, we are saying that 1, because of company, right? Maybe you want to gain economies of scale. That's why you want to go abroad. True or false? Do you all agree? True or false?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you the 5 C's. 2, because of currency risk. Maybe most of your customers are, and you know it's foreigners who buy real estate in Ghana the most. So maybe because of currency exchange, you want to set up an office in London, right? So that you can deal with the pound and Ghana exchange rate risks, right? So that means we have to also discuss FX risks a little today, at least how to do money market hedging, how to do forward contracts, right? As the last part. If I don't do it, then fine. At least that 8 marks, you can do away with it. Okay, so the third is country, right? So we are saying that, okay, sometimes a country provides some advantages because of the Porter's diamond. Let's say that, okay, we see that real estate is booming in what? South Africa. So we may want to move to South Africa, right? Because of the advantages that that country presents itself. 4, so company, country, the customer. Maybe we have seen our ideal customer in another country, right? Or want to go, what? To attain more customers in another country. So we what? We go outside. We decide to globalize or go outside. Then 5, we look at competition. To bypass competition or overcome our competition, I get it. We decide to go outside. So you can use this if they ask you reasons why companies should go abroad or whether they should market abroad at all. You can use the 5 C's of globalization by Kenichi. So how do I remember this? I say what? Customer gives currency to company to I said customer gives currency to company in country to stop competition, right? So you do not forget. So customer is the first one, the 1C. Currency is the second one. Company is the third one. Country is the fourth one. And competition is the 5th one, right? So the 5 C's of globalization. Understood? Can we move? I don't want to waste time. Can we move? I hope I've simplified it for you. So customer gives currency to company in country to stop competition. So customer, what did I explain customer as? I said, why would we want to go abroad if you are looking at customer?
So when we can identify a target customer in that particular country, that we
can access more customers in a foreign country, right? Okay. So in the case of Prestige, it is possible. Like that's why most real estate are quoted in dollars in Ghana. Our target is not Ghanaians. We are targeting the people who are outside, right? So that is it. What about currency? I explained it. What about currency?
When you want to do away with currency rates, whereby since
we want to do it away with FS rates and forwarding and hedging, something like that.
Okay. That's fine.
But sir,
Yes, please.
can you also internationalize because that country seems to have maybe the taxes there favorable compared to where you are? Can that also fall under the currency or can be a separate point?
No, it can fall under currency. These are broad-headed.
Okay.
So anything you can decide to put it there.
Yeah, okay.
I hope we are learning something. Now, the same way if you do not want to use 5Cs, people may want to go outside the country because of higher sales and profits, maybe to extend their product life cycle. You know, in a particular country, your product may have reached its life cycle, but in another country, people are not aware. For instance, some computers have reached their life cycle abroad, but if you bring them to Ghana, they are new technologies. True or false?
True.
So you see, this may be one reason why you may want to go out. Also, to spread seasonality. Real estate, people do not buy them just like that, right? So it is better you bring someone else because of the seasonality, sometimes to spread risk or diversify. The disadvantages when you market abroad is that sometimes you have less control because people may not know you. It may be costly and you have to have some adaptations. You have to adapt. So these adaptations are what we call the international marketing mix or the ERPG framework: ethnocentrism, radiocentrism, polycentrism, and geocentrism. We have to know these adaptations to be able to market effectively abroad. You see, all these things are interrelated. Do you understand? So that is it. I hope you are learning something. So if they ask you, under what circumstance should you go abroad, you can talk about what? Customer gives currency to what?
To company in
country to stop competition.
Company gives currency to company.
Stop.
Customer gives currency to company. Country to stop competition.
In country to stop competition.
Nice. And you understand the meaning, not just the mnemonic. Yeah? Understood. Okay. Now, once we decide whether we want to market abroad, what is the next decision? Which market do we want to enter? And every market has its own characteristic. Do you understand? But we have to check some things. That market we are going into, is it attractive enough? You are looking at market attractiveness. Can we get market share there? We have to analyze this too. Do we have what it takes to perform well in that market? What competitive advantage do we have? So my question is, what has been the overall competitive advantage of Prestige? Yes, answer. What has been the overall competitive advantage with Prestige?
We have competency with the building of traditional houses.
So that's one of their competitive advantages too.
They have a good product mix that favors every type of buyer.
Okay.
Innovation and high
They
quality.
have
Innovation, their design also.
they are well vested in that real estate, and then they have knowledge and experience.
Of course. So this is what ICA is looking for from you. Do you get it? So let me show you how this question has come before. November 2019. Let's see. From the C part, question 1C, it says what? Discuss the issues that should be considered when responding to proposals for each of the following. I've just a strategic alliance between Prestige Designers and Zebra Limited, 7 marks. A business combination with Fit for Purpose Limited, 7 marks. Recommend measures that Prestige Designers must take to extend its marketing and sales operations to regions or countries outside Ghana, 6 marks. What are they asking for here? This question is so open. What are they asking for here? You see, I am very practical. I make things practical. Yes, I've taught you this right now.
The five C's.
Yes.
Recommend.
So can you use mode of entry as well?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
But here are the reasons why they should go outside. Because if I'm considering going outside, you should consider. So if you use the 5 C's, they will mark it for you. But the thing here that they are asking for are the things I was talking about right now. Look, where are they? One, market attractiveness. Remember? What are the competitive advantages that you possess? Are there any risks? Like political risk, business risk, currency risk in the other country? We saw some risk in the other West African country, right? Like unfavorable climate, natural disasters, those things, right? And even corruption and fraud. Yes, these are the things that they are going to ask you in your case. Because it was obvious. But how many students know that this thing is even in the book? They don't read. Anyway. Do you get it? So look at the question. Where was the question that I was asking? Please. You see, recommend measures that Prestige might take to extend its marketing outside Ghana, or they can ask it in a different context. Okay. Then from there, the B part will talk about the issues to be considered when talking about these things, because they are also international strategies. Do you agree or we don't agree? We agree or we don't agree? So MCRL, so what do we consider? Anytime we want to enter a new market, what do we consider? Market attractiveness, competitive advantage, risks, mostly political risk, business and currency risk, which you saw in the case already, right? Then any legal or regulatory factor. Please, have you written it down? I don't want you to lose though. Shall we proceed?
Yes.
Okay, now that you decide on the factors to consider before you enter the market, now how do you actually enter the market? Entering the market, you can go through 3 major ways, which sometimes this one, we put it under, if you are doing ANSOP, right? Remember, international strategies are also part of market development, right? They're also expansion strategies. So for me, when I talk about expansion, I break it into 2. Domestic expansion, where we talk about what? Product development and what? Market penetration, okay? That is domestic expansion. When you want international expansion, this is where I talk about what? Diversification. So diversification can also be local, diversification can also be foreign, and diversification can be international, right? And also market development. So all these things you are seeing can be market development strategies or also joint development strategies, because I can decide to develop myself or grow my market together with somebody or do it alone, organically, right? So if I'm doing it with somebody, though it's market development, I'm looking at it from the phase of what? Joint development, right? So if I want to grow my market, if I want to go and market outside, what are the modes of entry? I can use exporting. I can do overseas production. Overseas production, there are 2 strategies and overseas production. Either I'm doing what? Contract manufacturing. That's what we call it, right? Let's say 3. We can use contract manufacturing, and that is what we mostly call it. So contract manufacturing is what we call either franchising or what? Licensing, right? That's contract manufacturing. Or we can use a wholly owned subsidiary, right? Where we set up, we do not want to use someone else operating in our name, but want to set up what? A whole subsidiary, right? To take up this one, right? So these are the 2 main. So we have contract manufacturing, which may come in the form of franchising and licensing. And we have what? Wholly owned what? Subsidiary. I get it. So you see, I've separated it. So overseas production here is talking about these ones. I get it. And then foreign subsidiaries or joint ventures can also be there. Do you get it? So there are many modes of entry, but one thing I want you to know is that anytime you're answering these type of questions, ICA will basically only ask you for the pros and cons. This is how we do strategic choice questions. And
sure.
Yes, boss.
So the company we are dealing with is a estate developer.
No, I am giving you the broad strategies first. Let's finish and let's see.
I want some clarification here. Okay. With the first one, the direct or indirect exporting, would that be appropriate to even use that mode of entry?
So you are going to, it is not an effective mode, but in terms of export, you are going to change it to use of agents abroad. So agents will market for a commission. Makes sense. It's still exporting, indirect exporting, right? Where I set up somebody in the US to be using my flyers or doing adverts, he set up an office, then the person takes a commission. It's a form of export, no be so. It's an export of service. Makes sense?
Yeah, this question is West Africa, and with the new way of building, the modern building, you can do the precast here and then ship them there if it is
Yes,
cheaper.
that is what they said. That is also direct exporting, right?
Yes, it is.
Of course. I like the way you guys are thinking. Very good. Okay. So what about overseas production? We can give somebody a license to operate in our name as prestige designers out there to be building, right? That can also be done. True or false? True or false?
True.
And the one that they considered was joint venture. So they can possibly ask you the advantages or disadvantages of joint ventures, right? And you must be ready to produce. Apart from that, there was something Prestige did, which people are ignoring or not looking at. Outsourcing. They did outsourcing. Do you remember? Basically, what we call subcontracting. Do you remember? So ICA can ask you the benefits and the disadvantages of subcontracting. So if you get these kind of questions, ICA is either going to ask you why this is better than this, which is pros and cons, or they are going to ask you from the perspective of SFA. Is it suitable? Is it feasible? And is it acceptable? Right? If you look at the range of questions or the trend of questions, this is how every question, whether you are doing strategic business leader in ACCA, you are doing SEMA management case study, you are doing strategic business management under ICA EW, you are doing strategic management and performance appraiser under CPA. It's the same questions. It never changes, right? It's the same thing that you do there. So as a student, you just have to know the pros and cons of each mode of entry. That's the little that I want to share. I hope everybody is on point. Can we move to the next level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I've told you, if you go and they ask you subcontracting or outsourcing, the benefits and disadvantages, I beg you, you should know. We do not have the luxury of time, right? Now, apart from that, what other areas can they trick you with and say that, oh, you guys have decided to go and learn this area, so we'll bring this under international strategy. And this is the main theme when it comes to international strategies, right? By Bartlett and Gauchal, the IR framework, global or cost reduction and local market responsiveness dilemma. Sometimes you can be in a dilemma, but before we look at that, we must first look at the EPRG orientations. Are you getting it? Or how management perceive international strategies. So we have 4 main orientations, right? Or the international marketing mix. So they represent different attitudes that companies can have towards their international operations. So we first start with ethnocentrism. When we talk about ethnocentrism, what does it mean? So it reflects the belief that the home country's products, practices, and norms are superior and should be applied universally in all foreign markets. Do you get it? So what we are saying is that, okay, assuming I decide to make tin tomatoes, right, and use Sankofa, and the designs are Ghana labeled, right, I would decide to sell this same thing in all my markets. I wouldn't change it so that it looks local, right? There are some companies who do that. Who can give me an example of a company whose products are just the same everywhere you go? The same thing that they manufacture in their home countries, the same exact thing they sell everywhere. They try to maintain that standard one from the home country to any other country out there. Yeah.
Triton.
VW cars.
Coca-Cola.
Somebody said Coca-Cola. No, Coca-Cola is not ethnic. Coca-Cola, there are slight variations everywhere you go. The taste is the same, but there are some slight variations.
iPhone.
Okay. iPhone.
KFC.
iPhone is different. They have iPhones for UK markets, US markets.
It's not.
You see, you are getting the understanding. That's why you are talking. And that is what ethnocentrism means, right? Being ethnocentric means that
KFC, the taste in Ghana is different from the taste
it's different,
in
though, Chairman. You know that I've been saying it. The taste in Ghana is different. The taste in Ghana is different. Is it that they don't know how to do it or something? Some of them, bobo. But when you go elsewhere, Charlie, different vibe. Okay, so I hope we have understood ethnocentrism. Are we all okay with ethnocentrism? Can we move?
Yes, please.
Now, polycentrism is that, okay, every market has its own preferences and the way they behave. So what we will do is that we will design products to suit that market. Make sense? So instead of doing Sankofa for everyone, I can do Sankofa with a different brand or a Sankofa with a different quantity of something, right? Like the way tuna flakes is. You see the one that they ship, if you look at it, but ours, it is some way. Even look at Indomie. There are different brands sold elsewhere, right? Compared to, so they've identified that each market has its own what? Preferences and needs. Do you get it? I tasted some of the noodles that they had outside and it was wow. But the ones that you have here, some of them are not nice. Yes, it's because that they identify that each market has their own preferences and the money that they can provide. If these people can buy something that we sell here for 50 cedis as some coins for them, then why not? We'll provide for them. But Ghana, sell it at 50 cedis, nobody will buy. You get it? So sometimes these are the things that we look at before we go into an international market. I hope it makes sense. So polycentrism, I get it. It's adapting your product and market strategies to suit the preferences and needs of foreign markets. I hope it makes sense. So this is where we try to say, okay, Nigerian subsidiary, okay, have a degree of autonomy because that is your market. The products that come are directly made for your market. I hope it makes sense. Can we move? We don't have time. Can we move?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go to radiocentrism. Now people confuse radiocentrism. What it means is that instead of looking at it this way, let's see. Nigeria has its own distinct preferences, right? Ghana has its own distinct preferences. South Africa has its own distinct preferences. Maybe what else? Togo has its own distinct preferences, right? And maybe Cote d'Ivoire, right? Something like this. Now that we've seen this, you see each country, if we are applying this, each of them different preferences, that's polycentrism. But what if we categorize all this as one market and call it West African market and identify their preferences? So now they are turned from countries to what? Regions. Do you get the idea? Do you get it? So instead of understanding taste and preferences for a country, we look at common taste and preferences in a particular region. So that is what we call radiocentrism. That people in West Africa prefer bungalow-style homes. People in East Africa prefer two-story style homes. People in southern part of Africa want two duplex houses, right? A boys' quarters and a main house. Do you see how radiocentrism is? Did you get a start? So in simple terms, what's the difference between polycentrism and radiocentrism? Yes, based on what I explained. Quick, we don't have time. Quick.
So, sir, I think polycentric will be based on countries, and radiocentric will be continents. So, East African continent, you classify all countries there and design one taste and preference for them.
Those countries in blocks. So you have put them maybe West Africa region, market, and other things.
Okay, so in simple terms, radiocentrism is regions, okay? So even if I'm within Ghana, I can still do radiocentrism. That okay. So before, I was looking at particular areas like Greater Accra, they like this, right? This one, they like this one, they like this. But I can group that, okay, all people in Southern Ghana, this is what they like. Instead of grouping in Greater Accra, Takrade, I get it, and the rest, I can group all Southern Ghana, group all Northern Ghana, and mid Ghana. Do you get the whole idea? So we are saying that we focus on regional market rather than individual countries. So companies with this orientation tailor their strategies to suit specific regions or groups of countries that have similar characteristics. So you see, most times when, for instance, I'm doing Nigerian, let's say I'm doing online marketing, practical, these things are practical. We apply them in real life. When I'm identifying my buyer persona, I identify characteristics between the Ghanaian and the Nigerian market. And one of the characteristics I have as part of my buyer persona is that people in Ghana and Nigeria like cheap things. Do you get it? And if they don't know you, they don't buy from you. That is one characteristic. So what am I applying? Polycentrism or radiocentrism?
Radiocentrism.
Why?
Radio.
Because you are looking at the preferences in a particular region within a country.
Yes. So that is it. Do you get the distinction now? I hope it makes sense. If this thing comes, mafia it. Okay, so let's look at the last part, which is geocentrism. With geocentrism, what we do is that, okay, there are all these regions, there are all these countries, but we see it as a global mindset, right? And then what we want to do is that we want to integrate global and local strategies. Are you getting it? Together. That, okay, the whole world is our single market that we want to sell to, right? So we want to achieve standardization everywhere we go. That, okay, if we come to Ghana, this is what Profs is known for. If we go international, this is what Profs is known for, right? So geocentric combines both the ethno, the poly, and the regio, okay, into a global market that has everything within. So the whole world is my market. I can do whatever I choose to do. Makes sense? So instead of grouping into Ghana, South Africa, whatever, or West Africa, South Africa, I can just, okay, if I produce to the world, this is what the world know me for. Do you get it? So that everybody sees me at something, instead of one region seeing me for bringing Indomie suya, and one region seeing me as bringing Indomie chicken flavor. Why not all regions see me as selling all these brands of Indomie? Please, does that make sense to everyone? I hope it makes sense. I hope it makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. So are we okay with EPRG framework?
Yes, sir.
Okay with EPRG framework. Okay. Now the next thing, because of time, when I do one, you do one. Okay, I want you to go and look at the IR framework, because the IR framework
Hello,
has
sir.
Yes, please.
Say, please, can you take the last one, the geocentric? I beg you, please. I didn't get the explanation well.
Everybody must see you as a global player. You do not have one thing for your home country only. So everything, everywhere. That's geocentric. Everything, what? Everywhere. You are
Everywhere. Thank you.
And the whole globe, the whole world is your market. See, they are open or the back. Do you get it? Instead of saying only Ghana has this. So Coca-Cola plays it that way. The whole world is your market, right? So even within that, there could be sub-strategies under that. Makes sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope that's okay. So I'll leave the IR framework for you, right? Make sure you know this. So just like the EPRG framework, this EPRG framework can be coined into four major strategies. We have international strategies where you try to what? Limit the adaptation to local markets. So here you try to sell the same product across different countries by not changing them that much. Which strategy, if you're looking at the orientation, which orientation is here? So sell the same products or services across different countries, but you do not want to significantly change them.
Ethnocentric.
Which one?
Ethnocentric.
Okay, if you say so. Yeah, I don't know.
Geno.
Okay, let's see. Global strategy. Now, companies following a global strategy focus on achieving cost reductions through standardization and centralization. Now, they offer standardized products or services worldwide. Okay, so worldwide, their products and services. Their products and services are what? Are standardized just to capitalize on economies of scale and scope.
Geocentric.
Geocentric.
People have understood. Wow, you have done what? Multi-domestic strategy. Now, companies pursuing a multi-domestic strategy emphasize high responsiveness to local market demands. They tailor their products, services, and marketing strategies to meet the specific needs and preferences of each local market. What is this?
Polycentric.
Polycentric.
Now, transnational strategy aims to achieve a balance between global integration and local responsiveness. Companies adopting this approach design and produce standardized products globally, but also customize them to suit local market requirements.
Regio.
We can give a regio or poly. It depends, right? But I hope it's understood. So that was all about international strategies. It's difficult for people to remember them, but I hope I simplified it for you. So that is it. It's not anything difficult. And the last thing we talk about under international strategy is Ome's 5 stages of globalization. Kenichi Ome, yes, please. Yes, please.
So what you just did, if a question on it come,
They
are
will
we
definitely
supposed to?
ask you to use the IR framework, that's all.
As,
So they will give you further
okay,
information.
we are not supposed to link them.
Oh, not necessarily. You are going to talk about, they will tell you that in the board meeting, the board members were arguing on the best strategy to adopt. Are you getting it? Then they'll tell you that using the integration responsiveness framework suggests the 4 important strategies.
Okay.
You get it? Yes.
Yeah.
So if they suggest how, for instance, if they tell you that, and now Prestige wants to what? Standardize all its housing all over the world to look like the ones it constructs in Ghana, the traditional homes. Meaning, which strategy would Prestige adopt here? Assuming they say
Global.
Global.
International.
no, it's not global.
International.
It is international. And if they ask you for which orientation, it's ethnocentric. They want to still maintain their traditional homes. Do you see? So, first you will talk about all these. Then when you finish, then you say all these will not be appropriate for Prestige because the international one is more appropriate with an ethnocentric setting. Then you get your marks. I hope that makes sense. Very simple, straight to the point, right? So the next thing we'll talk about are the 5 stages of globalization. Now, what is said here is that anytime any company want to grow, want to grow into a global company, there are 5 stages it must go through. Okay, first of all, every company starts by exporting. And here we suggested that now buildings can be built part and part. You can export some part and then it will be arranged there, right? Now, as you grow, you move from exporting to setting up overseas branches, right? Now, when those branches start doing well, then you move into overseas production. When overseas production is proving to do well, then you now create clone models of yourselves by creating partnerships, alliances, or joint ventures with local firms. So looking at all these steps, where does Prestige fall? Where do you think Prestige is now?
Partnership and alliance.
That's insiderization, right? Insiderization is where they are. Then from there, they now become a global company, where now they operate using global strategy. See the whole world as your global market, where the market is yours, you can do whatever you choose. So remember, you export, you create branches, you produce outside, you insiderize, then you become a global company. So with that being said, that is international expansion. Who has any questions for me? Who has any questions for me? So that was it. You see, I used Potter's Diamond and talked all about the international environment. I hope that was fine because we don't have time to finish all environmental analysis. Then we now move to internal. No. But I hope it helped. Can we move?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start by looking at the 5 forces analysis in the real estate industry. Now, somebody will say, oh, but sir, why is 5 forces necessary? It is. ICA can decide to say people are so much aware of the environmental analysis. Let me just bring 5 forces to mafia students. Refuse to be mafiaed in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
So we take 5 forces analysis. Now, we all know reasons why we do 5 forces. If you do not understand, 5 forces is one of the models that we use to assess whether an industry is profitable or not profitable, right? That is what you have to look out for. Now, why am I saying this? We do 5 forces analysis to check. If I'm profitable, that means the forces are low. So these forces reduce profitability. That is what 5 forces means. The 5 forces reduce profitability. Now, if you happen to be taught by Michael Porter himself, you now understand the 5 forces well. Than reading from a book. He said this. He particularly said that the reason why we do this analysis is to see how company is able to leverage profits in a particular industry. Remember, people come into an industry to steal 2 things from you, to either take your customers or to take what? Your profits away from you. Do you understand? So if companies come in to do this, then your industry you're operating, you have to check how strong or weak these forces are against your profitability. So if you have the forces being low, you are profitable. If the forces are high, then you are what? you are less profitable. You start making losses because people will therefore come and steal your customers, or customers can easily switch, or they still profit from you. Makes sense. But here is the caveat you must listen to. These things that you are looking at, they can twist it and tell you that for you are now entering a new country, right? You are going to the West African country, in the case, use 5 forces. Now, if you are the one entering the industry, when the forces are low now, it won't benefit. When the forces are low now, it won't benefit you. But when they are high, it will now benefit you. It doesn't make sense. For instance, let me tell you, threat of entry and exit. I am the one entering. If there are barriers to entry, will they help me or it will not help me?
It won't help you.
It won't help me. So
Well,
when the barriers of entry are low, rather, it's going to help me. Meaning when threat of entry is high, then it will help me because now I'm trying to enter the new market. Do you see? So 5 forces, we don't just apply it blindly, like the way you see it in the books. You have to assess the market and see whether you are the one entering or someone else is what? Entering when you are there. If someone else is entering, then the barrier should be very high to stop the person from coming to steal the 2 things. What are the 2 things they are coming to steal from you?
Customer.
Your market share and your profit.
I mentioned 2 major things: your customers
Customer and profit.
So these are the 2 major things that come to steal from you. Now, if you are the one entering, the barriers, should they be high or they should be low?
Low.
Low. Meaning the threat of entry and exit should be high for you, right? So please, that is it. So look at where they are asking or the context they are asking it from, right? But to do basic 5 forces, what have they told me? So you take threat of entrance, right? What have they told me? So the way we do 5 forces, it's like ratio analysis. How do you do ratio? You say sales has what? For instance, you say sales has increased by what? By 20%, right? Or in absolute terms, from 20,000 to what? Maybe 30,000 also, signifying what? A 20% increase. This might be due to, you get the idea. That's how you do 5 forces. So you can say what? Threat of entry seems to be high, not so. Due to what? This and that and that and that. Or threat of entry is seen to be high because of high capital requirements. This might be due to, just like you do ratios, right? Then you start suggesting the reasons that might have caused this threat of entry to be high. This is how we do proper 5 forces analysis. Not the one sometimes you see in books. They don't do it well. Do you understand? Most people also do it very well. When you look at if you want to be good at case study, be looking at the IC examiner solutions, like the suggested solutions. Some of their points are very strong, simple, and straight to the point. I like the way they answer. But some of the textbooks, they just copy and paste solutions, which is not the best thing. You need to tailor it to suit. That's why it says suggested solutions. They have been suggested. Sometimes they're not on point. But the whole thing is that, do you get the whole thing I'm talking about? What have you told me? Why does it matter? Does it increase or decrease revenue? So remember, anything that increases the force.
Dorcas! Dorcas!
You can mute your mic.
You see what I was talking about? Anyway, I'm not the one writing the papers. Let's go. So the thing is, when it comes to these 5 forces issues, right? Even if you are not so good, at least tell us what could possibly have caused this. And remember, I told you everything you do from environmental analysis to internal analysis, you must always tell us the impact on what? Profits, cash flows, or whatever. Do you remember? So for instance, if I take threat of new entrants, I must assess the barriers to entry. Every exam, mostly threat of new entrants depends on the barriers to entry. So for instance, for real estate, what is the most common barrier of entry? High capital requirement. True or false?
True.
Because it is difficult to go into it. And this one can stop people. So high capital requirement for land acquisition and development, along with regulatory hurdles for obtaining permits, right? This one limits the entry of new competitors, reducing competitive pressure and protecting existing firms' market share and profitability. Is there an opportunity or a threat?
Opportunity.
Opportunity, because people will not want to enter. What if this was the barrier to entry in the new country? Opportunity or threat to prestige?
Threat.
Because you cannot enter, right? Because of these things. Makes sense. Okay, that's fine. Now, another area which could be a potential barrier of entry is economies of scale. Now, established firms benefit from economies of scale in purchasing materials and marketing, making it challenging for new entrants to compete on cost. So the existing firms enjoy cost advantages, deterring new entrants and maintaining their competitive position. So because of these two things, it can increase your profitability through cost because people cannot easily enter. And because of this, when profitability increase, you see how I relate it. Ratios like ROCE, margins, asset utilization, and efficiency ratios are also going to increase. If they give you financial statement, make sure you compute them and use it to support your 5 forces or your Pestel or your diamond or whatever, right? And then the examiner will see that, yes, you are actually linking it to the financials. I hope that is okay. Makes sense? Can we move? Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the bargaining power of suppliers. Now, if suppliers are able to quote any type of prices for you, then they have a high bargaining power. And your duty is to reduce their bargaining power because if you pay suppliers more, you are losing cash flow, right? Do you understand? If they quote high prices for you, meaning your cost of sales is going to be high, thereby decreasing your performance and decreasing your performance ratios as well. Make sense? Do you see how I answer it? So all you have to do is look at your suppliers. Now, when you look at the case, there are limited number of suppliers. Are you getting it? For key materials such as the cement, the steel, and the bricks that they use. And the suppliers may have some bargaining power, but the availability of alternative suppliers mitigates their influence on pricing. So you know that in Ghana, there are so many suppliers who sell what? Cement and all those things, true or false. But there may be specific ones who manufacture, who are just a few, right? How many major cement brands do we have in Ghana? Just a few, or there are many?
There are many.
Well, there are many.
I want the ones that people know a lot.
Gassem. Jata. Diamond and all those things.
Yeah. So that is it. You get it. So these are some of the things you have to look out for. But the whole thing is that when you look at 5 forces, the parts that students forget about it, when we say bargaining power suppliers, students only think about the suppliers we buy from. Let me ask you, the labor force you employ, do they not supply you their efforts? Are they not suppliers? Answer me.
They are.
So all the time, I see that people forget this part. When they bring a case study and they are talking about labor unions and those things, I see that students completely ignore it. They are part of suppliers. If labor has labor unions, then their bargaining power becomes high. Meaning that you have to pay them more salary. True or false?
Not true now.
That is it. So you are talking about those you buy your goods and services from. So here, bargaining power suppliers, we are talking about the architects you use, the raw material suppliers you use, the labor force, and the contractors that you subcontract to. I hope that makes sense. So the whole thing is that skilled labor shortage in the construction industry due to high demand, right? The skilled workers may have some bargaining power, especially during peak construction seasons. But firms can mitigate this by offering competitive wages and benefits, which comes at a cost, right? So you check whether it creates an opportunity or threat by increasing or reducing profits, right? So what is the conclusion? Is the bargaining power of suppliers high or low? Based on this, is it high or low? So always you need to give a conclusion on the force, whether it's high or it's low, or whether it's fierce or weak. So bargaining power of buyers. So our buyers, we will have things like what? Home buyers. Okay, so buyers have significant bargaining power, especially in the competitive market with multiple housing options. Somebody can decide to go for what? A standard house in 1 bedroom. Somebody can go for 2 bedroom. Somebody can go for a chamber and a hall. Are you getting it? So this alone can make buyers have significant bargaining power. But there's a problem. Can you easily negotiate a house down? Unless you buy in bulk or you buy for your workers or something. Do you all agree? Can we easily go and say we are buying a 5-bedroom house that is costing 120, let's say 700 or 800,000, and we are saying that, oh, we want to offer 500? Would they mind you? You are an individual. Would they mind you?
I won't feel cry.
No. Now, until 200 cities, say Obeboka. So home buyers may have bargaining power, especially when they can switch between firms, right? So here we are looking at what? Competitiveness of your prices, incentives, and the quality to attract buyers and maintain your sales volumes and revenues. Because if somebody can switch from your properties to another property, then it means that the person has what? Switching power. The person can easily switch because that person has availed themselves. So you have so many in the market. So if I go and I want to buy a 5-bedroom house, I can come to you and say, okay, I want to buy a 5-bedroom house. Oh, it is 600,000. Oh, this guy is even selling this for 500. Let me go there and say, okay, I'll give it to you at 500. Then I'll go to that guy. He's closer to my house. Okay, 490 last. Okay, you are not talking. You get the idea. So that is there. But for housing, it's usually rare for an individual to bargain. True or false? Do you get it? Meaning that for individuals or home buyers, unless they have power, they buy multiple buildings or they are significant contributors or they buy your big houses. Somebody who buys a 5-bedroom house duplex and somebody who is buying just a 1-bedroom house, who has more power? Or who can you give discounts to?
The one buying 5.
5-bedroom.
Yes. 1-bedroom need your own fee the crowd. So that is the thing. Do you understand? Now then we have government or institutional buyers. These people have high bargaining power because for government, maybe he's buying it for his workers or for a mining company. There was this real estate company I prepared accounts for. See, they were buying a list of properties, over 200 properties for their staff. Now imagine this kind of person. Wouldn't he have bargaining power? Because everybody wants him to buy, because literally it's like he's acquiring all your properties. Would that give him power? Would that give him power?
Yes, it will.
It will, because he can easily negotiate your prices down and thereby reducing your profits, right? But on the other side, too, they'll bring money, but already the money that is coming, because you have to reduce prices significantly. So people who buy in bulk from you have bargaining power. Okay? Makes sense. So let me show you something. You see this bargaining power of buyers and bargaining power of suppliers. Those things also impact your stakeholder analysis. Let me explain. For instance, these institutional buyers, if they buy in bulk, that means they control a major part of your products and services, right? So if you are plotting them on the stakeholder diagram, do they have high interest? Yes, they have high interest. Not so. Do they have high power? Yes, they have high power. Do you all agree? Do you all agree? Because this guy is buying, let's say, 90% of your product, making him have high power. Because if right now he says he won't buy from you again, what happens? Your business may collapse. True or false? So this makes him a key player, right? This makes this guy a key player. What about the supplier who supplies majority of our raw materials? He becomes a key player as well. And how do you satisfy this guy? You must manage him closely. So you see how 5 forces ties in with your stakeholder analysis? Yes, it helps you identify who has significant power and interest. That's if you are using Mendeley. If you are using the position and importance matrix, these people, depending on how they are, whether they support you or they don't support you, that will determine. But because they are buying from you, they are definitely supporting you. So how? Opposition is high. That is +5. Okay. And then their support is also high, right? Also +5. This means that these people are supported. So how do you deal with these guys? You maintain the goodwill that you have with them, right? So if you have those small suppliers or those small buyers, like the home buyers who want to buy 1-bedroom, they are the people who oppose you a lot, right? But they can still support you. So they may be -5 +5, meaning that they are important, but they are opposing, right? So these people, I said they are important. So this is -5, +5 +5 supporters. They could be what? Opposing you, but they may also be less important, right? So these people may be what? Problematic, okay? Because these people are only buying 1-bedroom house, but it's making noise that you are disturbing the environment. You are doing this just like the villages, okay? So these things, they tie in. So you can even talk about them and even institute them in to tell the examiner that you know what you are talking about. You see how the models relate to each other. They are very much related. But when you look at them in isolation, you cannot really relate to them. How you feel? So That was about the bargaining power of customers and suppliers. Now, when the threat of substitute, remember, if people do not buy house, they can rent. True or false? So the rental market can be an alternative to real estate. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Nice. So rental properties serve as substitute to home ownership, particularly for individuals or families unable to afford purchasing a home. Real estate firms may face pressure from rental market, especially during economic downturns, which they said in the case that there was economic downturn, or periods of housing affordability challenges, sorry. Then you can, if you do not want to rent, you can decide to go and put your money in a bank, right? Instead of investing in real estate. So there could be alternative investments, right? Instead of me going to invest in real estate, I can decide to buy stock, bond, or other assets, right? Which is also an alternative investment. It's a substitute to real estate. So that is it. So you have to assess this. Then the intensity of rivalry. They said there was so much competition. That is 1 and 2. Is the market growing or slowing down? You have to consider this to tell us whether the market or the competition is what? Intense. Are there price wars? Are you getting it? Are we supplying to a small pool of buyers? Yes. That's what makes the real estate industry very competitive. So the intensity of rivalry is a lot. You know why? Because you will see 5 real estate companies chasing one person. That's why the customer will get up, take all the flyers and be calling them to see who has the cheapest land or building prices. True or false? We do that in Ghana a lot. Anytime you want to acquire land, you see you'll be calling a lot of people to look at the cheapest one so you buy, right? So you see one customer, a lot of real estate companies are targeting the same customer. Makes sense. So what do I want to talk about? Now, there's a potential now that we want to adopt e-commerce models because now real estate companies have set up a Facebook page, okay? They've set up a web, if you click it, it directs you to a funnel, which tells you all about them. Then when you click, it takes you to their page. You schedule a meeting, okay? You schedule a meeting, they take you to the plot. Once you like it, are you getting it? You make payment. So this is a new e-commerce model that we have adopted for real estate. Okay, so first of all, I set up your website, give you a social media channel. No, I set up a sales funnel for you. When people click, it takes you, are you getting it, to a particular page where you key in your details. We arrange a meeting and you pay a fee. If it's a day we are going to watch the properties, we all go together free, or you pay a fee. We send you to the plot. If you're okay with it, you make part payment, or you make payment to directly deduct from your credit card or your debit card, right? So you see, all these things are to reduce the effect of what? The 5 forces, right? And e-commerce is very important because now almost all real estate companies are looking for what do you call it? Clients online, right? I hope that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question? So far we are done with environmental analysis. Do you have any question for me? So that was the first part of our training. Do you have any question for me? I hope it was worth it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you
please.
book the e-commerce stuff for me?
You said, can I what?
The e-commerce stuff, the one we just said. I mean, the story was so nice. The network was something. The e-commerce,
I don't
the one.
understand you. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. I'll explain the e-commerce model. Don't worry. So let's look at Libby Homes GH, right? Let me see. I'm opening it. Wait, it's loading. Oh, my network is so bad. See, you see, this is what Prestige should have done. Okay, so they are primarily telling us in the case that Prestige doesn't have something like this. So mostly I build things like this for clients. So see, you see, so we have Living Homes, you see home projects. What projects are there? Well, I don't like the way the network is messing up. So if Prestige should set up something like this, it would be beneficial, right? So they're asking you, how can Prestige leverage this to become profitable or successful? Do you understand? So you see, Committee 26, type, townhomes, bedrooms, 3 to 4 bedrooms, starting for what? $227,000. But what do you see here? What do you see there? It's in dollars, right? Is it not in dollars?
Yes, in
Yes,
dollars.
sir.
So
Yes,
I
sir.
told you already that real estate companies quote in foreign currency here, making the chance for foreign currency hedging to be important in your exam. So it is possible that they'll tell you they are receiving something from a customer in the next 3 months. So you have to use money market hedging or foreign exchange, forward rates or forward contract, or you are going to make a payment and you have to use those things to hedge. And they can ask you for alternative hedging strategies like invoicing in home currency, matching, netting. Doing nothing itself is a strategy. If you feel the risk is so small, you can accept it for what it is, right? You can look at leading and lagging, paying now or deferring in the future, right? So these are all things. It's related to your country now. That's what makes the cases interesting. Don't look at it as something you are just going to do in exam, but see it as a problem a client has brought to you that you are trying to solve. That's how you become good with case studies. Okay, so e-commerce has some particular things we use to set up, right? So with that being said, I told you we look at models together, right? As I'm saying, so straightforward, we are going to jump to your ICA textbook, and then we are going to look at what? Information systems and how it relates to the case, right? I told you that I will look at the models as we are going through, right? So first of all, we look at one particular area which Prestige should concern itself, which is customer relationship management. I don't know where I've put this, but let's go down and let's see something. CRM, have you written it down? Write CRM down. I hope I mentioned it earlier. So for Prestige, it can adopt several CRM strategies. So what is customer relationship management? Okay, so let me start. So this is the first question. Given the severe increasing rivalry in the real estate industry, especially in the face of entering of other competitors, Prestige designers need to develop robust customer relationship management system to attract and retain consumers or customers. Question 1. What are the 3 main areas that Prestige should focus on in developing CRM to attract new customers as well as retain those customers? So it is either attracting or retaining, right? The word there is what? I said it is either what?
Attracting or retaining.
Attracting or what?
And retaining.
Retaining, right? That is it. Either you are attracting or you are retaining. These are the 2 things that you need to look out for. So let's look at the 3 main things when it comes to customer relationship management. Okay, this is part of internal analysis. Maybe we may be expecting the VRIO, we may be expecting value chain, we may be expecting resource audit. Then they'll swipe you, then they'll just go and bring CRM because already Prestige wants to go sustainable. It wants to go online, right? It wants to get new customers. And as part of your internal systems, you should have a robust system for attracting new customers. True or false?
True.
Is it only attracting? No, you must sustain or retain them. True or false? Is that also? So these are the things that we are looking at. So let's see. For Prestige, there are 3 main areas that should be focused on in developing CRM to attract new customers, as well as what? Retain the existing one. It starts with what? 1, analytics. So every time you're doing customer relationship management, we always start with what? Customer what? Analytics, right? So you should implement analytics tools to analyze customer data and buying patterns. Let me show you something. These things are real. These things are real. They are no jokes. Let's go to Google Trends. I want to show you something. Right? So this is an analytics tool. Okay, we have Google Analytics, but unless I open my account, which I don't want to, but let's just go to Google Trends. Let me show you something. Now, you see I'm in Google Trends. This is a customer analytics tool. If I go there, anything you are doing, you can make it with. You can just search for real estate in Ghana to know how people buy, right? Real estate purchases. Or what people are searching around real estate. If I key it in, right? Oh, why is it searching this? My network is not good at all. But you get the idea. So people can just analyze what people are buying. You see, you can choose what country you want to assess. Whether I want to look at what you meant to look for. I was looking for real estate. You see, it can give you trends. Let's see. I don't have time. So you see, it can give you trends at which people are buying, are you getting, and all that. You can even select sub-regions, maybe in a particular city. Okay, maybe you want to check Tema in the past few days, in the past 4 hours, who has bought real estate property? Where do they hang out on social media? Okay, these things are practical, trust me. This is what we do in day-to-day online marketing. It's very interesting. Before you do this, you must identify your buyer persona. You must look at who your key customer is, where they hang out online, so that you can access them. Do you see? So all these things are there. You can use Answer the Public. There are so many tools available for customer analytics. So CRM, these things are not booked stuff. That's why I'm giving you the practical side of it, so that you appreciate case study. Do you understand? It's something that you do in real life, right? I hope that makes sense. I hope you got the idea of analytics. So you implement analytics tools to analyze customer data and buying patterns. And I just gave you an example using Google Trends, right? To see, okay, in the past 4 days, you see the oscillation. It went high. The trend went high, meaning people are buying what? A lot of real estate properties. But from which country? That may be one of the tools Prestige used to identify that, oh, that real estate, that West African country has good potential. Do you see the thing? I hope you are really getting it. So this thing, you don't need to read book to understand. With the example I gave, you can even suggest, right? So this involves tracking and analyzing consumer preferences, behaviors, and interaction with our products and services, including our competitors to see the preferences and trends, right? So actually, what we do is that always when we are looking at buyer persona, in terms of analytics, we look at what we call demographics, right? So demographics, we are looking at who are we targeting. We are looking at things like age. We are looking at things like education. We are looking at things like maybe salaries, how much the person earns or income level. We are looking at things like the particular geographical area you are located. So this is the first area we look at. Then the second area we look at is what we call psychographics, right? So with psychographics, we look at psyche. So we are looking at your interest, what you term as valuable, and also what drives your emotion. Okay? Some people, when they see things involving trees and animals being destroyed, they are very concerned. That is their interest or their emotion, right? So if you are building a house in a place that you have to destroy trees, do you think this is your target customer? Please answer me.
No, please.
No, because that person will not buy from you. So you don't even target those people because their interest is around animals and trees and those things. You get the idea? So when you're doing analytics, it also involves identify the kind of buyer that you are dealing with. Are we okay? So these things are very important. Okay, that's fine. So apart from analytics, we can do operations, right? Which involves supporting our sales, marketing, and customer service processes. So Prestige to implement systems to manage customer interactions and inquiries efficiently. This includes logging customer queries, complaints, ensuring timely and personalized responses to customer queries. By streamlining the processes, you can enhance customer satisfaction and build stronger relationship with customers, right? For instance, we can implement a centralized customer database, okay, that can help us access up-to-date customer information to allow for more effective communication and personalized service delivery. Then we have analytics, we have operations, then collaboration, which is the direct interaction with your customers through various channels, such as social media, email, phone, and other areas, right? Setting up a Facebook page, maybe a YouTube channel to display your properties, Instagram channel where people can reach out to you, right? Email, your website. These are all ways of collaborating, right? So we have a lot of collaboration and what we call project management tools as well, which can help us to what?
Please calm down a bit for me. The operations and the listening. I just want to.
Okay, so we have analytics 1, we have operations 2, and we have collaboration 3, right?
Yeah.
No, that is okay. Yeah. But I hope you understand all now. So summarize, after every session, you see I ask for a summary. Somebody should summarize for me. What are the 3 main CRM strategies or the main approach to CRM for Prestige? Okay. What are the 3 areas?
Analytics, operations, and collaboration.
No, I want you to summarize them for me. I know it is the 3, but explain them in your own words, in summary. That's what I want. Yes, what does analytics mean? Customer or consumer analytics? Yeah.
That is where you analyze the behavior of the customer. That's their buying patterns their preferences and other things in relation to the goods you are selling.
Okay. Then operations?
Operations involve helping marketing, other functional departments in order to liaise with the customers to get the customer satisfied.
Okay.
Then the
And-
collaboration talks about you having more of one-on-one interaction with clients, discuss their issues in order for you to satisfy them. Overall, the idea is to retain existing and attract new ones.
Nice. So that is it. Okay, now that we have decided to look at those areas, the same way there are some strategies. What are the strategies for CRM? There are three main. You acquire customers, right? How do you do acquisition? We have an acquisition strategy. Utilize e-commerce, are you getting it? Or electronic media channels like social media, SEO. We have SEM. So SEO is search engine optimization. We have SEM, search engine marketing. We have PPC, pay per click. There are so many strategies online. Okay, so online advertising, using paid ads, using organic marketing. Now there are even automatic chatbots which you can build. You can build for at no cost to be doing these things for you, right? Establish buyer patterns and do all that. Part of customer acquisition, right? Then we can implement customer profiling techniques to identify and target specific markets effectively, offer personalized promotions and incentives. That is why when you go online, sometimes you go and you meet all these flyers flying around, right? It's part of customer acquisition. And before we acquire any customer online, actually, we use a funnel, right? A funnel is the step you identify from the time the customer identifies you directly to when he buys from you. And it still goes with the promotional mix, the ADA framework, right? So first, we create awareness. That's where the person gets to know about you. Then once we create awareness, we create interest for our product. So if the person knows about you, how interested would he be? So you drive the person right from awareness to interest, make him more interested. This is why you use social media, give him videos and other things. Once there's interest, that person has a desire now for your product. So what people do is that they will intentionally set up a YouTube channel, be displaying properties, giving people advice. That will drive their interest. Now that you're giving them free stuff, they've created desire, right? Now they want to buy from you. You direct them to your website, use the foot in the door technique, right? Use the power of free. There's something we call the power of free online. It's all marketing strategy. Now, this thing will create a desire for them, right? Free training on how to become a real estate guru in Ghana. See you. I said a free training to become a real estate guru in Ghana. I didn't say I'm selling property. So these people will now, it will steer desire from these people, right? And they'll say, okay, I can also become a real estate agent. Then they'll all join this free seminar online. Now they come and you tell them about real estate, the advantages, the threats. You tell them that everybody can own a property or build a real estate agent, but these are the particular threats. Then you go for it to tell them, you know, all these things have their own disadvantages. So we are giving you the chance to make a 20% down payment to become our partner in the real estate business. And you know, if 500 people joined, a lot of them will follow. But at least you have, if your target is about 50 out of 500, then 50 people by all means make this 20% down payment. So that is where they take action. So always from the top of awareness, we want to create action. That is what we call to action. Let the person do something with the power of free. This is the simple trick or the simple technique people use to make money online. You always have to give somebody something for him to give you something. If the person does not trust you, he can never buy from you. So the whole thing about selling online is trust, and Prestige can institute this. These things I'm not supposed to show you in class, but I'm showing you. It's to help you, right? We do not do these things for free. Yes, Alex, you understand?
Did you teach SEMA too?
Yeah, I teach everything.
Oh,
But
okay.
now I'm relaxed. My health is important, so relax.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Alex, your hand is still up. Oh. Okay, you have no question for me. That is fine. Please, are we getting
sorry, it was a mistake.
That is okay. So have we understood acquisition? Now we go to retention. Now, as we have acquired the customer, what do? We must retain them. Who has ever bought something online and then you didn't buy. Somebody posted an ad, you clicked it. You went to that website, you didn't buy anything. After looking at it, you weren't interested. But every time you check your email, they are sending you mails. Who has noticed it before?
Everybody.
Not everybody. Some people haven't noticed it before. Actually, there's traffic. Okay, traffic is the number of people you get. And there's something we call warm traffic. Those who know you already, but they are not engaging with you. They know about you. There's something we call hot traffic. Like those who know me and are engaging with me, buying from me actually, right? These people may have known about my tuition services. They know, they've heard of me, but they've never really patronized. Then we have cold traffic. Those who do not know about me at all, right? So the whole thing is that these people who are already buying from me, I have to keep them from buying. I have to keep them, I get it, to keep buying from me. That is customer retention. These things are practical, trust me. We use them. So this case study that you have itself is a strategic document that can help you become very successful at what you do. Do you get it? So the whole thing is, how can we retain those who are already buying from us? And even those that are coming, how do we acquire them? That's acquisition. Now, how do we retain? So you see, I go to their website. I am supposed to enter credit card details, right? Maybe they said they will give me a free book. Then I enter my email. I didn't buy. You see, you'll be there and say, oh, sorry, I saw you came to our website, but I didn't buy. What is stopping you? Listen, it's a trick. See, if somebody doesn't buy from you today, doesn't mean he won't buy from you tomorrow. It is because maybe at that time he came to your website, it's either he was frustrated, he didn't have enough money on his credit card, or a lot of factors. So you can keep reaching out to the person until the person unsubscribes from your mail list or the person doesn't show interest. So we do all these automatically, right? And this is one of the customer retention strategies, even real estate clients that I've worked for use. Okay, I institute strategies for them that we contact this client until he accepts it. Do you get it? So that is one trick. Somebody doesn't buy today means he won't buy tomorrow. Okay, so if he has bought something small, make him buy something big now. If he bought land from you, make him buy a building later. Makes sense. That's retention. So email, text messages to follow up. I get in relevant updates, reminders, promotions, implement permission marketing strategies, establish loyalty programs and promotional offers. Okay, before you enjoyed my class, right? Now, come and join 3 classes for the price of lunch. You will rush and come. Do you get it? It's a retention strategy. People do this all the time. Do you get it? I hope I'm making it practical enough for you to get it. So even if you haven't read, you can write something. Then extension is where you try to work. Analyze what the person is now becoming more interested in to shift it so that you can combine multiple products and services to sell to him, or you can what? Based on what he bought from you in the past, you can give him something better. You get it? So you extend what he already has. So let me give you a typical extension that I use. So somebody comes to do maybe digital marketing training from me, right? And I do free website design training. Okay, the person comes for the free website design training on WhatsApp. It's free. It's free. Now you come and join the free website design training. My main focus is my main digital marketing course, which costs about 5,000 Ghana cedis, right, to do. But then I will let you join the free one. Once you get the value, then I will say that, okay, I'm running a simple 2-week graphic design course. You join that graphic design course, you see, hey, Charlie, this guy is good. Oh. Then on the long run, you want more from me. So I tell you that, okay, now I want you to become a full digital marketing manager. So you see, I've seen your preference and I'm directly shifting you and extending what I want you to get. So I can start with land sales, basic small 1 plot, move to what? 2 plots, land being sold. Then I move you into properties. Then I tell, oh, make a down payment of 10% to own this property. That's an example of extension. These things are applied in real life. It's not that. So that was CRM. Now, another question that they can ask you, which is the last question around CRM you should be expecting, is a typical CRM system or CRM software. There are a lot of them online, okay, that you can use to manage your sales all over. No matter the business you are doing in, CRM is the way to go now, because now the customer is king. The customer has always been the king, right? So a CRM software is required. And you see, it says what? The management of Prestige have approached you to explain the main functions of a typical CRM software and how it can help the company improve its performance. 10 marks. So, CRM software. A number of off-the-shelf CRM software applications are available, Hootsuite and the rest, right? Trevor. There are a lot of them. These are the cheapest software solutions for companies. Although off-the-shelf packages are not always ideally suited to the specific requirements of the individual companies, you have to, adjust them to suit yourself. Some companies have developed or purchased bespoke or tailored CRM systems. The main function of a CRM system are to what? One, this is all I want you to do. One, collect information. You know what to add, right? I don't want to stress you. I want you to remember. So one, you can collect information about customers, store customer information, keep it up to date. This is a point on its own, right? Assess information whenever it's needed, analyze customer behavior, and also use analysis to develop more effective marketing strategies. Use analysis to develop what marketing strategy, provide customers with better experience. So I hope how I've summarized it to make it easier to remember. So you see, me, when I'm looking at reading, I do not look at everything, but I look at what? The simple one. So what are the main functions of a CRM system? Yes, in simple terms, how do we remember this? Yes, main functions of a CRM system or the advantages of a CRM software.
Helps us to collect customer information, helps us to store the information as well as access the information anytime we require it, and then we can analyze that data for our own advantage and then provide customers with better experience.
That is it. That is it. I hope that is okay. Please, are we okay with customer relationship management? Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Any
Yes,
questions? No question?
Yes.
So nobody has a question. Why no
For
question?
now.
Why no question? I need questions. I want questions to swallow. Where are your questions?
We are overwhelmed at this point.
Why? Why are you overwhelmed?
I think I baby.
So I gave you the area, so if you feel like you can learn on your own, that is fine. You can go and read them on your own. Because these things, you should have access to them long ago. So I'm not doing literally everything. I'm selective, if you realize it. Some things that I didn't even talk about. I gave them to you. I didn't hit there. I selected. So ITIS strategies. Information system strategies are integral to organizational processes encompassing transactional processing systems, management information systems, and decision support systems, executive information systems, and expert systems. So one thing you must understand, which I told you, is that you remember when I was listing the areas you have to learn, I mentioned information systems, right? As part of prestigious way, they need to institute information systems. Do you get the idea? So if they are implementing this information systems in the organization, it can help track what is happening. So you must know each of them and what they do. That is very important because each level of management and the particular information system that is required. So at the top level, which is the strategic level, they have information systems they use. At the mid-level or the tactical level, they have information systems they use. At the lower level, operational level, they have information systems that they use, right? So at the strategic level, they have things like what? Expert systems, okay? We have something like decision support systems too. We have executive information system, which is used by the board of directors, right? These are softwares that the board use to analyze patterns, to analyze industries, to go into, to take complex decisions, right? Then the tactical level, they can also use management information system and decision support systems as well. It's operational level, we use transactional processing system, okay? So all I want from you as an ICA student are to know these different information systems, okay? So transactional processing system handles routine transactions. That's what it do, day-to-day transactions. While management information system at the tactical level provides management with control information so that they can look at what these people are done. The practical terms is what? You realize that you do Excel, right? You collect key data every day, the daily sales that you report. When you finish, don't you provide it or provide your manager with a summary? So that summary is kept in the management information system. They summarize data and they submit it to the board by adding DS to it. Okay. At the top level, there's decision support system, which assists management in making complex decisions. The executive information system that allows the executive, that's senior, the chief operating officer, chief marketing officer, chief financial officer, they use those the way to access key data and make summaries, right? Then the expert system is just to offer advice in specific areas of expertise. So information system strategies, they can ask you how IT systems are important to Prestige. They can serve as strategic support, okay, by enhancing decision-making quality and customer service. Okay, they can confer competitive advantages and ensure organization alignment with long-term strategies. Information technology encompasses computer and communications technology, significantly impacting business operations, okay? So they can ask you the advantages, and you know IT, you can talk about it. They have led to new products, improved communication methods, enhance access to external information via the internet, facilitated faster processing of commercial transactions, including e-commerce, right? So remember this one, you can use your own mind to talk about how IT systems have improved and their benefit, right? So they can ask you how IT has helped businesses to grow, right? It can bring about what? Good strategic support to your organization, right? To implement product marketing strategies and all that, right? To stop competition. Now, there are some things you need to talk about. They can ask you how Prestige can leverage mobile technology and cloud computing. So I wouldn't even bother talking about those things. Big data is also there. In case big data comes, I assume everybody here knows what big data is. I'm not even worrying myself about big data. What I'm concerned about is IT security, okay? So if you go, they can ask you the threats to Prestige's IT system. So there could be things like human error. This question has come before, last 4 days. So things like human error, there could be technical glitches, natural disasters. Somebody can sabotage your systems. There could be deliberate corruption. There could be loss of key personnel and exposure to unauthorized users. When we started earlier, you realized I mentioned these things. Now, these threats, ICA can ask you for the consequences of these threats. And these threats could lead to potential data loss, corruption, identity theft, losses, even litigation, because if somebody's information is with you and somebody gets access, he can sue you, right? Which can impact your business integrity and trust. I hope that is okay. So we go to the security measures. What measures can you implement to stop these things from happening? You can bring physical security measures, disaster recovery plans, encryption protocols, right? Passwords, encryption, firewalls, okay? Use of antivirus software, regular virus checks, employee training, disaster the recovery plans, regular review and updates, training and retraining of staff, right? Regular drills. These are all ways we can check what the threats to our security systems. Are we okay? This is everybody on point.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, remember that these things that we are seeing are still controls. So ICA, if he doesn't want to come from here, he can ask you, what internal controls can this company institute? Okay, what internal controls can this company institute? And I told you that when it comes to internal controls, you can use spam soap. So look at this. The accountant advised the CEO to strengthen governance. The board should concern itself with the establishment of strong internal control system. Failures or weakness in internal controls would have adverse consequences for Prestige's finances, financial reporting, operational effectiveness, or regulatory compliance. Write a paper explaining 5 factors, to the board, the nature of internal controls that should be instituted by Prestige to strengthen governance. Now, internal control system itself will come with control risk, right? But to ensure a strong internal control system, they can ask you for what? The elements of a strong internal control system, right? The elements of what? An internal control system. So every internal control system has 5 elements according to the COSU, right? So there are 5. I use prime. Okay. So we have what? Control activities. Now, so you should start with control environment, but let's see, just like control activities. We have risk assessment. Okay, risk assessment. We have information system. We have monitoring, and we have the control environment, which is the environment of control. Okay, so we are saying that every internal control system has these elements. Now, the stronger these elements, the lesser the control risk or the errors that will happen. The weaker these systems, the stronger your control risk, right? So we have to check this. There must be somebody to check whether these things are effectively working. That is where we bring the internal audit. Okay, so the internal audit works closely with what? The audit committee. Okay, so they can ask you about that in a case. Just be ready to deal with it. Now, I told you internal audit can work with who? They work with who?
Audit committee.
They work with the audit committee. If you hear audit committee, remember Sister Clarissa. If you hear audit committee, remember what?
Sister Clarissa.
Clarissa, right? So if you go and they ask you anything about the role of the audit committee, remember Sister Clarissa. You remember Clarissa. So what does the audit committee do? Basically, they create a climate of discipline in the organization. So people are scared to even commit fraud because these people are there for them too. They learn credibility in financial reporting and internal control requirement. Are you getting it? Three, since the audit committee is purely non-executive directors, I get it, who are independent, one with recent financial experience. Okay, what we do is that these people assist the senior financial executive or the CFO to provide forums on board. Okay, that's one of their roles. They review the internal control and financial reporting needs. Okay, so internal control needs, they review and they even work with the internal audit. Okay, they are independent. One of their roles is to remain independent, right? So that there's no issue of conflict of interest. S, they strengthen the position of internal audit, right? By working hand in hand with them and resolving disputes also. Two, they strengthen the position of external audit because they liaise with external audit. I get them. Finally, A, they assist to reduce or resolve disputes between management and auditors. Okay, so immediately you hear audit committee, remember what?
Go over again.
Remember what?
Clarissa.
Clarissa. Sister Clarissa. So they create a climate of discipline in the organization.
Climate
of discipline. They create a climate of discipline in the organization. They learn credibility in financial reporting. They assist the CFO to provide forums on board. They review internal control and internal audit needs in the organization. They are independent, or they create independence, a sense of independence. They strengthen the position of internal audit, strengthen the position of external audit, and they assist management. They assist to resolve disputes between managers and auditors, or management and auditors. It could be internal audit or external audit. That is the role of the audit committee. Than going to choose so many things inside your head, you can expand these points and then you get to talk. I hope that is okay. So in the area of risk and control,
so you're going too fast. Sir, learn what? The L is what?
Credibility. Learn credibility in financial reporting.
Okay.
And these things, you've learned them already. That's why I'm rushing through. I'm just giving you an idea.
And assisting what?
Assist
you can't get everything.
Assist the CFO to provide forums on board. The CFO, Senior Financial Executive or Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
R is review internal control needs. I is independence. S is strengthen the role of internal audit or the position of internal audit. The other S is strengthen the position of external audit. A is assist to resolve disputes between management and auditors. Are we okay?
Okay.
That is fine. So if they do not ask you for IT controls, they can ask you for internal controls that strengthen governance, right? So one, you can use spam soap. So spam soap, we start with segregation of duties. So if possible, a task should be divided between two or more individuals. In this way, one individual can check that the other has done it, I get it, as part of his work correctly. So segregation of duties is a common type of financial control to prevent or detect accounting errors. Prestige can institute, remember spam soap, the S is segregation of duty. The next one is physical controls. So physical controls are tangible controls, like keeping money locked away in a safe, locking doors where access is restricted, right? That's physical controls. We have what? Authorization and approval controls. So you see spam soap, S, P, we have A, right? Authorization and approval controls. These are controls that do not permit a transaction or an activity to go ahead without authorization or approval at a suitable level of management, right? There are some things that if you do, that's why some doors, they write staff only. You have realized this, right? These ones you cannot enter. True or false? You go to MTN and they've written staff only on that door. Can you enter? Can you enter?
No.
Yes, that's what? Authorization and approval controls, right? Also, documents need to be approved by a suitable level of management. You cannot go and sign, let's say, if this document is supposed to be signed by your manager, can you sign yourself? You can't, right? So you want to buy PPE, it must be approved, or your petty cash must be authorized by somebody. So management controls are controls that are applied by what? Management systems or what? Or activities, right? So budgets and budgetary control are important examples of management control, designed to prevent or detect overspending. Are we okay? Then we have supervision controls. Now, these are controls in which the work of employees is monitored closely by supervisors, okay? So organization controls are what? The controls that ensure that everyone in an organization understands what his job is, and that are what? Reporting lines from junior staff to senior staff, okay? Then we have arithmetical and accounting controls, controls that check whether your accounting is correct, like control totals, right? So you are checking whether, that's why we always say what? Check arithmetical accuracy. That is what test check. Then we have personnel controls, like controls about recruitment, selection, and training, ensuring that good people are put into jobs that they can do, right? So there could be a potential ethical issue when somebody is employed, he doesn't have experience, but maybe the board brought him in. You have to check all these things. I hope that is okay. So I told you that when it comes to organizational controls or control activities, what do you have to remember? What is the mnemonic? Spam soap. You can use soap spam or spam soup, but I think spam soap is easily remembered, or it's easy to remember. Are we okay? Are we okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we move. Where were we? We were somewhere. We could have forgotten where we were. Nobody's reminding me where we were.
Internal control.
So that was it. Now we come to e-business. Okay, what is e-business? E-business encompasses all electronically mediated information exchanges between organizations and its external stakeholders, which includes customers, suppliers, and other entities, right? It extends beyond e-commerce by incorporating internal workflows and information movement within an organization, facilitating seamless interactions between different departments and functions. Now, e-commerce is a subset of e-business. That's what I want you to remember, specifically referring to financial transactions conducted using internet technologies. It encompasses various strategies like business-to-business strategies, B2B. We have business-to-customer, B2C, business to customer to business, customer to customer, business to government, and government to customer. These are all strategies on who sells to who. So if you go to the exam and they ask you the different categories of e-commerce, we have B2B, B2C, C2C, C2B, and also we have B2G, business to government, and government to citizen, right? So please remember this. If they ask you the categories of e-commerce, provide it for them. So remember, what is e-commerce? I told you that it is a subset of e-business where what? Financial transactions are conducted using the internet. Are we okay? So the essence of e-business lies in leveraging electronic communication networks, including the internet, intranet, telecom networks, and interactive television to facilitate information exchange and streamline business processes. Are we okay? So they can ask you the implications of e-business for business strategy. Okay. So the primary objective of e-business is to enhance the competitiveness and efficiency of organizations by leveraging what? Electronic information exchanges to optimize processes and create value. So unlike traditional methods, e-business advocates for radical redesigning of your processes, emphasizing efficiency gains and value creation. It offers opportunities to redefine strategic positions and adapt to evolving market dynamics, okay, potentially reshaping your marketplace by fostering globalization and altering relationship with suppliers and customers, right? So they can ask you these things. I feel like you can use your own mind to write them, right? So the next thing they can ask you is what are the main business models that you can use for delivering e-business? And this question is a potential question. Let me put it in red. They can ask you that Prestige wants to go online. What are the main models Prestige can use? Okay, let me apply some ingredients. What are the main models Prestige can use, right, to deliver e-business online? They can sell their properties online, right? they can conduct electronic auctions, which I think is a good strategy, right? Conducting electronic auction. You can auction some of your buildings. Establishing intermediary platform to sell on your behalf for a fee. Forming alliances with suppliers. Implementing e-procurement systems like buying some of their building materials from other countries. Leveraging advertising and marketing opportunities. And enhancing customer relationships, right? These are models that they can use to deliver the e-business online. Please, is everyone okay?
Very clear.
Everyone is okay. Can we move? Okay, so another thing that they can ask you about e-commerce is the 4-stage model. Okay, so the 4-stage model of business. Okay, so when you want to set up e-business, there are 4 stages. 1, you must have web presence, set up web presence. The second step is now going to, after setting up web presence, you set up an e-commerce store. You integrate it, okay? Then now you merge the e-commerce and what? The e-business into your organization strategy. So what are the 4 steps of e-business? Yes? What are the 4 steps to e-business? Mention them. 1.
Web presence.
1, establish web presence. 2.
Integrated e-commerce.
No, first you set up web presence. 2, you do e-commerce. Then 3 is where you start to integrate it with your system. Then 4, you establish a full integration with your what? Organizational strategy. I hope you won't forget because they can ask you this, remember. So repeat it for me. 4-stage model of e-business. I have mentioned 1.
Web presence.
Web presence.
Establish web presence.
E-commerce.
E-commerce.
3.
Integrated e-commerce.
4. Full integration of e-business into your strategy.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the next question that which are potential questions, is the benefits of e-business, right? To the particular question. E-business can lead to cost reduction, increase market reach, improve customer service, competitive advantage, enhance visibility, streamline paperwork, workforce flexibility, and better control of the supply chain and customer experience. It's up to you. These things are so broad. You can optimize processes, expand your market presence, foster closer relationship with customers and suppliers. But there are barriers. It's expensive to set up, right? There are challenges in selling certain products online. You may be limited, okay? Ongoing operating costs associated with website maintenance and support can be high, right? Marketing can be very expensive. It requires time to build a strong brand online, right? And sometimes you may lack in-house skills to manage e-business operations. So that was about customer relationship management, IT, and e-business, right? I hope that is fine and fair. Makes sense to everyone. Are we okay? That's one major area that don't play with it tomorrow. When it comes, you give them pam, 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 you are good to go, right? Okay, so kindly hold on for me while we dive into risk management and ethics. So we'll dive into risk management, dive into ethics, and then what else? Maybe a little bit of internal. For financial management, I'll teach you how to deal with the cash flow forecast and then the centralization of the treasury department, right? Then I'll talk about change management. That is all I want to talk about. So it's already 10. So that means I have to skip some things. So risk management, one thing I want to talk about, I've already told you, Tara, the identification and then the controlling, right? Have I not mentioned them? So we can skip risk management. What do you think? Or you still want us to go through?
Yeah, let's skip the risk. Let's skip it so that we can get to the financials. Because it's 10.
So risk management. Risk management, go in, gone. Go in, gone. So one question that ICA can ask you is elements of a risk management system. So every risk management system should have a risk-aware culture. It should have a risk identification and assessment. You should have effective communication within. There should be continuous monitoring, organization for risk management. There should be a board oversight. There should be a risk management committee, and senior management must always be involved, right? Because senior management, if they are involved, right, they set up a risk management committee. And one of the importance of the committee is that they identify and assess risk. They formulate business risk management strategies. They design and implement internal controls, and they monitor the effectiveness of risk management and internal control measures throughout the whole organization. Are we okay? So please remember this. Now, what I'm concerned about is the classification of risk according to the Turnbull report. I think we talked about this, didn't we? Yes, we did, right? Okay. Didn't we? We did.
The
So
Turnbull
yeah,
report, should they have
market
to
risk,
follow each
credit
other?
risk.
Market,
No.
credit, liquidity.
No. They are all risks, so it follows any trend. You can put it anyhow. It doesn't have to follow. Anyhow you arrange them is Then from the case of prestige designers, right? Even if you do not have to categorize them by Turnbull report, if they ask you for significant risk, there was market competition, right? There was changing consumer preferences. There was supply chain disruptions. There were operational challenges. There were financial instability, brand reputation. So far as there's financial instability, you know, people would recommend options of finance, right? It's either they will list on the stock exchange, meaning you must talk about equity. Are you getting it? And you know the various ways you can go. Or you can talk about debt. You can look at short-term financing. That one, I know everybody here knows the difference between debt and equity. You know convertible instrument. You know money market instrument. If you are here, you haven't learned that, then I don't know how you learn strategic case study. Because those ones are basic finance things. If they go and they say suggest options of finance, I know everybody here can do it. Now there were issues like brand reputation, right? Negative publicity, product recalls, ethical controversies, which could damage their brand, right? Intellectual property infringement could be a potential risk. Regulatory compliance, like the EPA to avoid fines and those things. Cybersecurity threats, like data breaches and the rest. Pandemics and global events. We saw the credit crunch, right? In the case. Okay, so look at these ones. So they may be external and internal, but you can just mix them up, right? Okay. So there are some concepts in risk management like risk appetite, risk attitude. They can ask you those things, but I'm concerned about the practical side. Things like ALAP. When they ask you for ALAP principle is simply telling you that, okay, we are looking at risk from the point of it being as low as reasonably practicable. So we are saying that even if you eradicate risk completely from your system, there will still be some risk that is left, but you must make sure that that risk is managed to a level that it is reduced to what? As low as reasonably practicable, right? So even if you eradicate risk completely from your system, the residual risk that is left, it should be as low as reasonably practicable. That is our lab principle. Are we okay? So they can ask you about related and correlated risk. So related risks are risks that occur frequently, co-occur frequently. There's a relationship between them. There's some risk that if this goes up, this will also go up. That's a positive correlated risk. Then there's a risk that when this risk goes up, this risk will fall, right? Those ones are negatively correlated risk, okay? For instance, smoking increases the risk of both heart disease and lung cancer. These are correlated risks, right? So when one risk goes up, the other also goes up. Are we okay? With a negative correlated risk, who can give me one risk that when it goes up, the other risk reduces? What risk will increase and the other risk will reduce? That's negatively correlated risk, yes? So another area in your ICA book is the monitoring of risk, okay? With the monitoring of risk, 3 areas. They are going to ask you either the role of the risk manager, the role of risk committees, or the role of risk audit, okay? So in organizations, the role of a risk manager encompasses various responsibilities related to identifying, assessing, and managing risks across different domains like insurance, health and safety, information systems, HR, and financial risk, right? He's not a line manager. A risk manager facilitates risk management by providing information, tools, and advice to enhance risk awareness or promote best practices within the organization. They aid in risk identification, establishing modeling methods for risk assessment, collect incident reports, assist department heads in reviewing audit reports, and prepare risk management reports for senior management or risk committees. That's the role of the risk manager. Then they can ask you what a risk committee does. So a risk committee actually is a committee at the board level, or this committee can be at the departmental level. So it's either at the board level or departmental level. And to oversee the effectiveness of the risk management systems that have been put in place by the risk manager, right? and they review the overall system of risk management. But when it comes to the interdepartmental one, they just focus on identifying and monitoring specific risk categories, right? Like the strategic, operational, financial, compliance, and environmental risk. So the committees do not possess management authority, but they are responsible for risk identification, monitoring, and reporting. So see, the role of the risk committee, they identify, monitor, and report to senior management or the board. Please do not forget this, right? What do they do? If they ask you for the role of the risk,
They identify risks, monitor it, and report it to management.
Can even talk about what? Reviewing the overall system of risk management, right? So remember, then they can ask you for risk auditing. What is a risk audit? So through risk auditing, an independent auditor investigates areas of risk management to ensure the presence of effective processes for risk identification, internal controls, compliance with board policies, and timely identification, rectification of control failures. Okay, so just remember this one. Now, they can ask you for embedding of risk. So far, when it comes to risk management, ICA is always concerned about risk culture and embedding of risk. This thing has always been coming. Ever since risk started coming, this is a question they keep asking. Let's assess and see. For me, I give you what is there and what you need. See, ICA. This is a question that they've always been asking. ICA is always asking about risk culture, risk embedding. See, it's a question like that. This question has come like 3 times. Essential aspect of risk management and control is the culture within the organization. The culture within the organization is set by the board of directors and senior management, the tone at the top, but it should be shared by every manager and employee. You are the risk and assurance manager of prestige designers with the responsibility of creating a culture of risk awareness in the organization. Prepare an internal memo for the management team to be discussed with the board of directors on what they must do to show their own commitment to risk management in the things that they can say and do. You get it? So you see, here is what? Commitment to risk management, culture of risk awareness. Almost 3 diets. Always, this is the question they've always been asking. And it seems that students are not answering it well. So they keep repeating the same question over and over again. I hope we are all on point. I hope for you, dear, you are an exception. You are going to answer it well. This one came in case of Savitech. I think for HPC it came, and for the TCWL2 it came, right? So these three diets, if you look at the questions that came around them, you can get similar ones. Savitech, HPC, and then the TCWL, right? They are around the similar piece. Are we okay? So the discussion point here, there should be a reporting system. So you can use the elements of an effective risk management system to support, right? There should be a reporting system in place for disclosing issues relating to risk. Management and employees should recognize the need to disclose information about risk. There should be a general recognition that problems should not be kept hidden. To create a culture in which problems are disclosed, there must be openness and transparency. Openness and transparency will not exist if there's a blame culture, right? So all these things, the attitude should be that problems with risk will always occur. When they do happen, the objective should be to have measures to deal with the problem. Okay, so these are the things that you have to consider to enhance a risk culture within the organization. I hope that is fair and square. Now, one area are the approaches to controlling risk, which I talked about. I talked about diversification. There could be risk transfer, risk sharing. There could be hedging. There could be risk avoidance or risk retention. You can use the TARA framework, right? Are we okay? So how do we apply this? They can ask you how to apply this to prestige designers. Okay, so diversification. Prestige can mitigate risk by diversifying its real estate portfolio across different segments and locations by investing in a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial properties, as well as considering geographical diversification, which actually Prestige has already done. True or false? True or false?
True.
Yes. So it can reduce its exposure to specific market fluctuations and economic downturns. Okay, risk transfer. To shield against unforeseen events such as property damage, liability claims, or natural disasters, Prestige can transfer risks through comprehensive insurance coverage or partnering with other people through joint ventures and the rest, right? Which can be done through insurance. I get it. But risk sharing, you can collaborate, which we see they want to do. But the ones they want to do risk sharing with, they're already carrying risk, like illicit payments and health and safety risk. So how do we deal with this, right? So just think about it. Hedging risk, right? Where they are going to institute interest rate swaps, money market hedging, and those things. And there's a potential that hedging is a potential. Then we can use TARA or the 40s, right? But there's something that your syllabus talks about, which they can switch and just go and ask you about it, right? Which is the enterprise risk management framework. Please make sure you look at it, because when we started today, I mentioned it. That one together with ISO 31000. ISO 31000 has come 2 times, but this enterprise risk management has come once. That means there's a chance it can come again because there was risk in the scenario. Do you get it? I'm only giving you what you need for tomorrow. Are you getting it? I don't want to talk plenty so that we spend so much time here. But I talked a little bit about the ISO 31000 earlier on, right? So that's about risk management. Are we okay? So internal controls, we looked at the 5 elements of internal control. We look at the spam soap or soap spam, not soap. So they can ask you the need for an internal audit department in what? In Prestige. Okay, so when you are looking at the need for internal audit department, you have to look at the scale, diversity, and complexity of your activities, the number of employees you have, your cost-benefit analysis, the changes to your organizational structure, the key risk changes, problems with internal control systems, and unexplained or unacceptable events that are happening that you feel like people should be controlled. So you have to bring an internal audit department, right? So they can ask you this. So the role of the audit committee, you remember Clarissa, still there, right? Do not forget Clarissa, still there for you. Are we okay? So that was it about risk. I told you to go and look at the ethical theories, right? To go and look at the ethical theories, which I'm not going to talk about. I told you to go and look at what? The consequential approach and the non-consequential approach. And I told you to use what? The payments and the health and safety rules. When we talk about consequential theories, they are also known as the teleology or the teleological theories that assert that moral rightness of an action is determined solely by the outcomes or consequences. So if I am doing illegal payments to accept a contract, the thing is, I am looking at the end result. The end result is that I'm going to get a contract, which is going to benefit me and Prestige, right? I'm talking from the perspective of Zebra Limited. So if you are looking at it, we have 2 main ethical theorem and consequentialist theories, right? We have the utility theory. Are you getting it? Or utilitarianism. Now, utility theory says that what? One person can suffer for the good of others. So me doing illicit payments is for the benefit of our whole contract, right? That is if I'm looking at utility theory. Then we have the ethical egoism. Doing something for your own personal interest, but not for what? The overall good of all others. So we could say that the illicit or the secret payments that they are making for the contract, right? Quote, if you are looking at it from the consequential point of view, there's a good outcome that comes from it. Like that is that if we do not make those secret payments, we could lose the contract. True or false? True or false? True. So that is the consequences. And also when you are looking at it from the egoism side, if we get a contract, it will benefit us, right? So that is it. But when you look at the non-consequential theorem, we look at the action in itself. So it is rooted in what we call duty-based ethics. So here we are not looking at the end result, but we are looking at what? The duty-based ethics. Is it good if I do secret payment? Yes or no? Is it good to make secret payment?
No.
No. Why? Are you getting it? So that is non-consequential. You are looking at your duty, but for consequential, you are looking at the end result. The end result here is that I can lose the contract. I can gain the contract, but it's good I pay and get the contract, right? You get it? So they are going to ask you to what? Evaluate on these 2 ethical theory concepts. Be ready to talk about them, right? Mostly, that's why they brought secret payments. A question like that can come, and it has come before. The issue was around child labor for TCWL, right? They were using the supplier they wanted to buy the goods from was using child labor, and this same question was repeated. I hope that is okay. I hope that makes sense. So another area, if you are looking at ethical threats, please take the time to look at COBE, the 6 stages of moral reasoning and development. Okay, that is all. Then the ethical development, ethical decision-making models. The first area that they can ask you to look out for is Tucker's 5-question model and the American Accounting Association model. We also have the IPAC model there, right? These are the models and the mirror test. When we started, I wrote them down for you. These things, this one is actually, when you look at ethics now, let me show you. It is between the theories, this one, and then the Colbert 5, the steps to moral reasoning, right? The five, the 6 stages, the 3 conventional stages, pre-convention, conventional, and post-convention. I get it. So please, these are the areas that ethics, they are going to ask you question around. So I'm telling you, just know them, okay? You have had so many weeks. These are the areas that when the case came, if you read the case itself, you see these are the likely areas. Okay, so there are 5 questions. The Tucker's 5-question model says, before you make any ethical decision, there are 5 questions. Is it profitable? Is it legal? Is it fair? Is it right? Is it sustainable? So when you get a question, these are the things you have to talk about. If the answer to all 5 questions is affirmative, then the decision that you are doing is affirmative, or it's what ethically sound. Are we getting it? So we are saying that, okay, you ask yourself, with the ethical scenario there, illegal payments, is it profitable? Is it legal? Is it fair? Is it right? Is it sustainable? If you are using all this to talk about the illicit payments, and then you see that all are no, or some are no, then it means that the decision is not ethically sound, right? So remember, so it underscores the necessity of considering ethical dimensions alongside profitability in business decisions, promoting responsible and sustainable practices in organizational conduct. Are we okay? So that is Tucker's 5-question model. So you can make a mnemonic out of it. Profitable, legal, fair, right, sustainable. These are the things you are looking out for. I hope that is okay. Good summary. We go to the American Accounting Association model. With this one too, it is a way we use, right? So this one looks at it from what? A teleological perspective, the outcome of the issue, right? So you identify the facts of the case. What are the facts? Okay, I made illicit payments. What are the ethical issues around that? That making illicit payments are wrong. What are the relevant moral principles around it? The thing is that me making illicit payments is not going to be favorable to other persons because it is to what? Consider bias, right? Now, what are the alternative courses of action? I can decide not to have made the payment or to make it, right? What are the consequences if I make the payment? And what are the consequences if I do not make the payment? Then finally, you make a decision. I hope I've simplified this model for you. These are the models of ethical decision making. It's very simple. Identify the fact. What are the issues what are the ethical issues the fact present? What are the relevant moral principles behind it? Maybe integrity. I have to make sure that I am honest, right? I do not want to do something secret. I want to be transparent, right? What are the alternative courses of action? I could have not done it. I could have done it. What are the consequences of me doing it and me not doing it? Which one do I want to take? Are we okay? So what's the difference with what I've just taught you? What's the difference between the Tucker and then the American Association model? Yes? You can summarize them. Tucker says what? 5 questions. Which are what? Tucker uses 5 questions. Which are what?
Profitable, fair, legal, is it right?
Sustainable.
Okay. And under what circumstance do you say the decision you have made is ethically sound?
If it meets all the 5 criteria.
It meets all. What about the American Association accounting model? What about the American Accounting Association model?
You have to identify the relevant facts. Then, what are the ethical issues around the facts that...
I want you to relate it to the illicit payments. So what are the relevant facts? Illicit payments. What's the next question to ask yourself? What relevant
Is it right? Is it right to do secret payments?
So that is the fact. What are the ethical issues around it? Is it right to do secret payments? What are the relevant moral principles that may be breached? I get it. What are the alternative courses of action? I can do, I cannot do, right? What are the consequences? Then finally you make the decision. Are we okay?
Yes.
So that was it. Now, they can also ask you, because you are dealing with subcontractors, you need to be professional, right? And you're also dealing with clients who want to buy homes. They can ask you for the models of professional client relationship. And there are 4 models. The first is the agency relationship, okay? Where you retain your primary authority, okay, as a client, and then the decision-making responsibility with the professional. He acts as a professional. Because with this one, it's like a client and his what? An agent and his principal, right? Who you act on your behalf. That's the relationship you people have between each other. Then there's a contractual relationship. When we are in contract, we act equally. You do yours, I do mine, right? So for instance, if I engage you as an accountant, I can't tell you how to do your work, right? That, oh, this is my liability, do it like this. No. Sometimes there's something small there, but actually I know my work. So that's a contractual relationship. With paternalism or a paternalistic approach to contractual relationship, what happens here is that the client gives everything to you in your domain, acts like a father. He feels like he don't know. So you are acting on behalf of the client and you do what you want. Okay, then the client will now come and see to it and say, okay, it's okay. So I give you my systems, my accounts and everything. I say, do it for me. I do not know anything about this, right? I want you to do it. That's a paternalistic approach, okay, to client professional relationship. Then we have a fiduciary relationship where you are obligated to act in the best interest of the client, while the client retains what? Significant decision-making authority, like what we have in companies. You know, managers and directors have a what? A fiduciary relationship. Are we okay? This, I hope you will remember this. Agency relationship, contractual relationship, paternalistic approach or paternalism, and fiduciary relationship. These, are we okay? Okay. Now, one thing that they are going to ask you, which when we started, I told you the seven level classification, right, of the ethical stances by Gray, Owen, and others. It is likely this, that. So we are looking at the way people look at what? Different viewpoints regarding their relationship between what? The organization and society. Okay, so there are 7 viewpoints. The first is who we call pristine capitalists. That say that we do not have any duty towards the environment. The environment itself will deal with its own concerns. Ours is just maximizing shareholder wealth, right? So those people think that, oh, anything that happens in the country, the government will fix it. It's their duty. For us, we are just people who gave us money. We have to work and generate their money for them. That's who we call pristine capitalists. They are capitalists. That's what they think about, right? Then we have the expedients. These people prioritize shareholder wealth, right? But these people think that if we also support environmental initiatives, it can enhance our reputation and thereby increase our profits. So what's the difference between the pristine capitalists and the expedients? What's the difference between them? What's the difference between
the difference based on the company embarking on CSR?
Pristine have no regard for the environment, but the expedients have some level of regard for the environment. But yes, they all have the stakeholder, the shareholder in mind.
Yes. So the focus is the shareholder to increase profit. But I know that if I do environmental things or environmental initiatives, it will bring reputation. And as a result of that, customers will buy from me. I'll get more money, right? Then we have the proponents of social contracts. Now, these people have said that companies exist within a broader societal framework. And then they have what? An inherent obligation to respond to societal demands and expectations. Okay, so because you're in a society, whatever you have to do it for the society, right? So you consider the society, right? Then we have the social ecologists. Now, these people, they are saying that if you damage the society or you damage the environment, you need to repair it, right? That is what they think about. Are we okay? So social contract, you are in a society. You have to satisfy those people in the society by giving back to them. Social ecologists, if you damage the environment, repair them. They address social and environmental issues that have been created by what? Large organizations. Okay. Then we have socialists who call for significant restructuring of societal ownership and power dynamics. Why is MTN having so much power when the other telecom companies are not having that much power. Why doesn't government limit their power so that other people will get a chance? These people are who we call socialists. They want everything to be restructured, right? The poor balance of income or allocation of income between the poor and the rich, right? To make sure society ownership and power dynamics are at what? Are at what? A par. Do you get it? Or even if they are not a par, everybody is comfortable. Those people are called socialists. We should take your resources and give it to someone. Then we have the radical feminists who emphasize the importance of feminine values, such as care and compassion, in reshaping societal attitude and structure. So they are saying that in every society, right, we need to have those. If everything is so masculine, it couldn't be fine, right? But if we have feminine values, it can ensure that everybody will live well in the society and there'll be good moral values. And I literally agree with them. Things like care and compassion is needed, not only on the male side, but it's needed everywhere to reshape society. Then we have the deep ecologists or the deep greens. These ones prioritize environmental concerns and advocate for ethical decisions that consider the well-being of all forms of life. So the health and safety issue that we saw, okay, we should have respected human-centric. Somebody will say, so a company that has killed people, why are you going to merge with them, or why are you going to do joint venture with them? A lot of people have been dead, meaning that if you go and merge with this company, there's a potential that if you are building a house, the masons or those people working can also be damaged because you didn't consider these things. Those people are the deep greens. They are concerned about the well-being of all forms of life. Are we okay? Are we okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So another area they can come, the culture web, ever since we started this new ICA syllabus, they've never asked a question on the culture web before. But if you look at every strategic case paper across the world, there's always, most of the time, a question of culture web. So culture web is used at 3 areas. The culture web is used, 1, under organizational culture. The culture web is used 2, under strategic change. The culture web is used 3, under where we are now, ethics. So culture web is one model, just like the value chain, that can be used at every stage of strategy. You get it? Making it a very important model. And I told you since ICA began strategic case study, they have never examined culture web before. Maybe this is the first time. I don't know. Some things I will say and play with them, but we shall see. Okay, so let's see. So there are actually 7 elements, right? But because one element is ingrained into the culture, which is what we call the overall paradigm, the organizational paradigm. So let me tell you, if culture web comes for you to apply culture web to prestige, all you have to do is that identify these things and tell us whether it will help them achieve, if you are doing ethics, think about ethical, what are the stories and routines? Are you getting the routines and rituals that they do? Are they in line with morally or ethically sound decisions? The stories and myths, are they around? Did somebody die when they were building? The symbols, their logo, all those things, their parastructure, the way the management is organized, the control systems in there, the organizational paradigm, what's the overall value prestige cherishes, right? This is what we are looking at. Okay, then Edgar Schein also came with culture. Are you getting? He is just like the culture web. So if you look at the organizational aspect of culture, if you've done ICA level 1 before, you realize that it looks like this, right? And there's a C here. Okay, so under it, you see that this part, the one on top is the overt aspect of culture, what you can see, right? Then the one down there, you see this one is the bigger one, the hidden relationships and all these things that we see. So this is the covert aspect of culture. Now, this is the organizational iceberg of culture. And what it tells us is that when you go to every organization, what you can see outside, I get it, is the relation, the chain of command, how management works, the friendships that we have outside, the position that we have, the organizational structure, the culture, the logos, the symbols, I get it. But when you go deep within the organization, that is where you have the friendships, the grapevines, the cliques, the factions, who owes who, right? The secrets that are hidden there. That one is the human relationship part of the organization. So Edgar Schein came out, he came with a model from this model and he said, okay, so if we are breaking culture down, it can be broken into 3 levels, okay? And he said that, okay, 1, we have what? the inner layer. Okay, we have the inner layer, which is what? The covert aspect of the organizational culture, right? We have the outer skin, which is the overt side, which you can see on the iceberg. And we have the heart, which are what? The paradigm, the taking for granted assumptions, things that we hold core, things that we believe in, right? So that's Edgar Schein when it comes to the 3 levels of organizational culture, right? So I use organizational iceberg to help you remember this, okay? So when it comes to professional conduct, they are just going to ask you about the ethical principles, whistleblowing, are you getting it? And resolving ethical conflicts. I told you that the ethical models for resolving ethical conflict, there are 4, right? What are the 4? I mentioned 4 for you when we started the class. What are the 4? I gave you 4 models for resolving ethical conflicts. What are the 4?
The IFAC.
I gave you
Taka.
IFAC model. I gave you Taka. I gave you AAA, and I gave you mirror test.
Mirror.
Yes, those are the ones that I gave you, right? So the IFAC model is what you do is that just like the AAA and Taka, this one, what you do is that you must first recognize what and define the ethical issue. Okay. The next step is what? Then you identify the threats to compliance, right? So that is the steps. So identify the ethical issue, recognize it, identify the threats to compliance. What ethical principle are you breaching? Then how significant is the threat, right? If it's that significant, I get it. Then you consider what? Additional safeguards. If I get it, you consider it and you realize that you reduce it to an acceptable level, I get it. You start what? Implementing the safeguards. If the threats are what? Reassessed and the decisions, you look at it and you realize that, okay, this threat is reduced to an acceptable level, okay, then I can actually implement it. So that's how it works. So identify the ethical issue, identify the threats, the ethical threats, assess the significance of the threat. If it is threat, if it is significant, institute additional safeguards. Are we okay? To reduce it to an insignificant level. If you implement the safeguards, you still reassess the threat. If the threat is no longer there, you make a decision. That is it. Illicit payment. What threat does it? Let's look at the threat, ethical threat here. Illicit payment. Do you all agree it's a self-interest threat? A breach of objectivity. True or false?
True.
True. And integrity, right? Because it's hidden. Okay.
Reputation.
Now, what is the significance of this threat? Until they give us further information, we cannot tell, but it's significant, right? Because the contract payment may be huge. They didn't tell us the amount, so we can't tell, right? How can we avoid this situation? What are the safeguards that we can put into place? Remember, safeguards are 3, right? Provided by the profession, the work environment, and individual assignments or individual transactions. So, what safeguard can we institute for this illicit or what secret payment, right? To reduce this threat to an insignificant level. Now, after implementing this safeguard, have we reduced it? If yes, what decision are we making? Do you get it? That is what we call the IFAC model. Please remember them. They are very simple to remember. That's why I've summarized them for you. If you are reading in a book, it will take time for you to remember. Now, the mirror test is if what you are doing, that secret payment you are doing, if you look yourself in the mirror, do you like yourself? That is what we call the mirror test, right? It serves as a practical tool for accountants to evaluate ethical implications of their actions. It involves asking 3 fundamental questions. What you are doing is illegal, just like Taka, right? What will others think? Particularly those whose opinion matter to you. And finally, even if it's legal, is it ethically correct? Okay, so mirror test is the simpler method. That's why mostly they don't even ask because it's just 3 questions. The action you are taking is illegal. What will others think? Particularly those whose opinions matter. And even if it's legal, is the action ethically correct? This is what we are looking at. Are we okay? So those were the ethical decision-making models. Now, I will not talk plenty, but bribery and corruption. Here, if they ask any question, I know that when they ask you a question on bribery and corruption, you can write something, right? So, corruption encompasses a broad spectrum of illicit activities. We saw illicit or secret payment, right? Relating it to corruption. True or false? Lacking a universal definition. So, corruption can be defined in any way. Now, the World Bank defines it as the abuse of public office for private gain. Transparency International offers another perspective, defining corruption as behavior by officials, both public and private, where they improperly enrich themselves or others by misuse of their position that giving feedback. Let's mute. Are we okay? So corruption undermines governance, rule of law, and economic development. It breeds conflict of interest, compromising the integrity of decision-making processes. For instance, bribery, a common form of corruption, involves offering gifts to influence the conduct of recipients, resulting in decisions that favor personal interest over public welfare or what? Fair business practices, right? So we saw bribery, right? So these guys literally paid a bribe to obtain a contract. Remember, true or false? True or false?
True.
True. So the question is that, what are the measures to combat bribery? And this is the potential exam question. Okay. So what are the measures? Promoting what? Fairness in transactions. The illicit payments, were they fair? Were they fair?
No.
Ensuring transparent decision-making processes. Yes. Was it transparent? Implementing clear policies and procedures, right? Strong leadership, education, enforceable laws. I get it. All these things are ways to combat bribery. Okay. Then ICA can decide to still examine bribery and corruption and twist it. And just go and ask you about the anti-bribery legislation. And what other forms of corruption could have happened in this case. Okay. So beyond bribery, there could be what? Money laundering, there could be embezzlement, theft, fraud, extortion, and blackmailing. Okay. These are all what? Forms of what? Other forms of corruption that may happen. Okay, so you should know them. So money laundering, hiding the source of what? Dirty money, right? Washing it clean. Embezzlement, illegally appropriating entrusted funds. Okay, theft and fraud, deception for financial gain, extortion and blackmail, coercion or threaten somebody to extract money or benefit from them unlawfully. So that was bribery and corruption. Now, the next area, which is likely, is social and environmental footprint. So they are going to ask you about triple bottom line reporting, okay? That is what? Planet, people, and profit. So triple bottom line is reporting from what? 3 perspectives, right? So the social, the economic side, I get to making profits for your stakeholders or your shareholders. You have the social side, dealing with people, how you treat people fairly, your staff, welfare, the environment, I get to the community, employing people from the community, human rights, non-discrimination. Then we have what? The environmental side, right? So triple bottom line is basically reporting from 3 sides. Okay, so remember, triple bottom line. So the social side of it, you are looking at what? The economic side of it, and then the environmental side. So reporting from 3 perspectives, the planet, people, and then profits, right? It can also be looked at 3 P's. So profits, economic, right? Making money for your shareholders, social, dealing with people, staff, welfare, society, planet, fair treatment of the environment or the sustainable practices in the environment, triple bottom line, okay? So your environmental footprint is just your impact on your environment as a company. Please make sure you know that, okay? Now, the next area is that they are going to ask you the benefits of CSR, okay? Make sure you know the benefits of CSR. This is why you don't need to read any book. Now, the balanced scorecard and sustainable balanced scorecard. Now, by Moller and Schaltiger, you know, the normal balanced scorecard, I told you to, it is possible that they'll ask you, or for the first time, IC is going to ask you on the performance pyramid. I'm repeating myself. For the very first time, they can ask you a question on the performance pyramid because we are looking at the manufacturing environment, and definitely they'll have things like cycle time, profitability, flexibility, resource utilization. So if performance pyramid comes, you are just looking at the various CSFs and KPIs, right? So performance pyramid starts from the top, the corporate vision, and mission comes down to 2, either external effectiveness or internal efficiency, which comes from market perspective or financial perspective. Now, these ones, when you simmer them down, you can break them down, right? With flexibility being in the middle. From the market, you have customer satisfaction, okay? And then you have productivity at the other side. You have flexibility in the middle. As you simmer it down, you have other things. So you should know them. Okay, so the balance scorecard is normal. We know the balance scorecard. But when it comes to the sustainable portion, that means they can decide to bring balance scorecard which means you talk about all the perspectives, but there's a sustainable side, which was developed by Moller and what? Schultzgar. Okay, and what it says is that apart from the normal financial perspective, customer perspective, internal business, and then the, what do we call it? The other side, the innovation and growth. There's another side called the non-market perspective. And here, what you consider is how you account for environmental and social impact on your operations, right? So it allows to incorporate sustainability into your strategic planning and performance management process. So you may go in a balanced scorecard will come, but they'll only ask it from the perspective of the sustainable balanced scorecard. Are we okay? Yo. Then we have the SAM, the Sustainability Assessment Model and Full Cost Accounting. It came last 2 nights. It may come again. I don't know. I'm not the examiner. So, lastly, the most important area, which I wrote down for you, is to go and look at environmental management systems and environmental management accounting. If you are not even going to read anything this night, please make sure you read the environmental management system and environmental management account. Are we okay? Are we okay? No. Are we okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is fine. So the next area that is important for Prestige is change management. Change was all over the case. Everywhere you turn, change. Everywhere you turn, change. Change management was in the case. Making change management very important. If we have to identify or we have to adopt the sustainable development, it is change. Everything is change. So change management is very important. Okay, so how does change management relate to the case at hand? So first of all, they can ask you the several types of change that can happen. I get it, with its own nature and what implications. So change can be in many forms. Change can be a planned change. Okay, so the consideration of expanding into neighboring West African countries for Prestige could be a planned change. Okay, so things like venturing into the sustainable housing development present a planned change because they have planned before pursuing it. So these initiatives are deliberate and intended to capitalize on market opportunities and drive strategic growth. And the rationalization of Prestige's organizational structure, such as what prompted by the one that was prompted by the new CEO, I get it. The goal to increase profitability also falls under planned change. This involves moving from the existing semi-autonomous divisional structure to a more centralized setup. Now, this thing alone is a full question, okay? Moving from the division or decentralized structure to what? The centralized structure. ICA will simply ask you, I think I put the question down somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. The question is here somewhere. Pray that I find it because I want to give you the question. Where is it? Rules-based and principle-based approach to corporate governance. Oh, okay. Nice. Looking for the question. Oh, I don't know where I've kept the question, but it says that why would you consider Prestige's centralized and decentralized system as disadvantageous compared to what operating a centralized system? Are we okay? These are we listening? Meaning that they are asking you for what? Advantages of what? Centralization over decentralization. Okay. And this one, I know that even if you haven't read, you can answer. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move. So these things can also be used for what? The incremental decision that came in the case, right? You see there's an incremental decision, relevant cost. It's a relevant question. Relevant cost question because they brought in strategic management account, meaning that you are going to be performing the role of a management accountant. And when you look at the case itself, they gave you models that they are going to use. They told you that MPV may not be relevant, but they can definitely ask you about the non-financial factors around MPV. Okay, so maybe you are expecting calculation around MPV, but they said it wasn't what they wanted the management accountant to use, but he should use residual income, right? So he should use residual income. They suggested residual income, and which one? I think we can all go to the case and go and see. For me, everything I'm doing is based directly on the case study. So let's see.
NPV.
Yes, but they said that the NPV would not be calculated or something like that. Let's see. So look, strategic management account.
ROI and then RI.
Yes. No, let's see directly from the case, right? You come here. See, it is anticipated, page 13, that the building land, if granted the requisite permit, will be divided into sites, and that the price will be 60 million per site of 1,500, which is 40,000 per plot, right? So you multiply, right? It is the intention of Prestige to only submit a tender for one of these sites, 1,500 plots. You get it? It is anticipated that build time from start to finish with all plots will be 2 years, and Prestige will have to pay 50 million for building materials and associated costs from the start, right? The remainder of the building costs will be funded from operating cash flows. Let me ask you a question. Do you have any data on the operating cash flows? Do we have any data on the operating cash flows? Oh, nobody's talking. Do we have any data on the operating cash flows?
No.
No, we don't.
No,
Meaning there's a possibility that ICA will let you calculate the operating cash flows. And how are you going to calculate the operating cash flows? Through a cash forecast. Through what? A cash forecast. Please, is that okay? And what approach do we use to prepare cash forecast? Let me show you what ICA is looking for. When, based on the information that they gave, you could see that it is more relevant. You see, there's this type, which is the normal cash budget. They can decide to bring this type, which I know you did for management accounting, so I don't fear if they brought this type for you to get operating cash flows. But what I'm concerned about is this one. Okay? This type. Okay? This type, it's all about ratios, using ratios to get it, right? So first of all, definitely they'll give you a 2-year or 3-year financial statement in the in the unseen. Then you are going to find the growth. Then you are going to use the growth to forecast the other years. So for instance, if I tell you that here is 2022, they gave us 2022 financials, right? So they'll give you a sample forecast for this 2022. So you are now going to take the financial statement and model it against this. How? For instance, inventory. You see increase in inventory was 10,000 here, right? But maybe they gave you 2022 and 2021 one financial statement. And somewhere in there, look, somewhere in there, they wrote maybe inventory, right? They gave me inventory of maybe 10,000 and inventory of what? Let's see, 5,000, right? So look at what has happened. You see this one is 10,000, this one is 5,000. Let's say I gave you sales. Sales was 100,000 and sales was what? 80,000. I want to show you something you do. So to grow this, okay, to create this one for other years. So now we want this for the next 2 years, right? So let's say this was 2023. We need for the next 2 years, 2024 and 2025 financial or cash flow forecast, right? How do you do this? First of all, get the growth that you are going to use to grow these cash flows. And growth, we know growth to be new minus what? Old, all over old times 100. True or false? True or false?
True.
True. So how do you go about this? Let's find a change in the sales. And let me show you how to do this. Let's find a change in the sales. It becomes 100 minus 80 all over 80 times 100, right? So what do we get? What do we get? Please, quickly. We don't have time.
25%.
So you are saying that sales have grown by a simple growth of 25, right? So if sales has grown by 25%, okay, let's see. Inventory, roughly, inventory for 2022 might have grown by what? That much. But then, what will be the sales, assuming we keep this growth, what will be the sales for the next year? Do the sales for the next year for me. That will be 1.25 by what? The 100,000, right? So sales for next year will probably be how much? So let me use receivables rather, because sales is more connected with receivables. 1.25 means you get 125,000 for sales next year, right? Meaning that Sales next year is going to be what? 125,000 estimated sales. So you can use this to do next sales. But the thing is, assuming I want to get inventory, 2023 inventory will be, I say inventory, receivables. What is the current receivable days based on what I've given you? Receivable days becomes what? The current one. The current year. Receivable days, or if you hear days, just take balance sheet figure over P&L figure times 365, right? So based on this, we can say the existing receivable days is what? So you see, when it comes to cash flow forecast like this is what ICA wants at your level. You are just using ratios to work. Everything will be worked. You will be using ratios to work and model. You model, right? So what becomes the balance sheet figure? Receivable over what? Sales times what? 365. 2022 receivable balance was how much? 10,000. Also, based on what I gave you. Sales was what? 100,000 times 365. What do we get? How many days? How many days? How many days do we get?
36.5.
How much?
36.5.
So that means currently it takes you 36.5 days to get money from your customers to pay your suppliers, right? Now that I know these receivable days, I can use it to get what? My receivables for the next year. How? We know that receivable days, I get it. Receivable days is giving us what? Receivables over what? Sales times 365, right? Now I know the receivable days, but I do not know the receivables for the next year, but I know the sales to be 125,000. So to get what? The receivables for 2023, what I can do is that what? I can just take what? My receivable days, it was what? 365, receivable days, 36.5 days, over my 365 days, times the sales now, which is 125,000. And this is now going to give me receivables for 2023. I can use the same thing to get 2024 and find the difference to give me the increase or decrease in receivables. You can use the same for trade payable. Depreciation, mostly, it is too small. So mostly we repeat it like that, or if it is huge, then it becomes ready to model. We assume straight line depreciation, then you repeat the same depreciation. If not, you say it is too small to model, then you just leave it like that. So for things that they are going to buy, those ones for investing in financing activities, mostly easy. Like they repay the loan, they pay dividend, you just look at the change in the financial statement. But this is the part that requires a lot of work. Even to get the expected trading profit, you have to do some computation. They can tell you that what 10% variable costs are incurred, right? 5% are board expenses. So they will tell you all to just come and arrive at the expected trading profit. And with the information given in your case, the potential approach that you can use to establish the expected trading profit is the EBITDA approach. Okay, with what you have been given, they are going to ask you to calculate EBITDA. And people do not even know these things are in their syllabus. Okay, so when you go, I wish you all the best. It's not difficult, but just know the flow of the ratios. They'll definitely give you financial statement, ask you of the cash position, ask you of how you can do this, right? Using the EBITDA approach, just like what we're giving, this is how it is. But if you want to get your trading profit, that's your profit before interest and tax. See, the expected trading profit might be estimated by projecting the current year trading profits. I get it. For example, if trading profit have been increased by 5% per year and we're 3 million in the year, just then it might be assumed that the next year for the forecast will be 3,150, right? So you use the sales growth to grow the existing profit as well, right? That can also be done. So depreciation and amortization, changes in inventory, just like I said, all these things can be asked. But this is the approach that I think IT is going to ask you this night regarding the cash flows that you are giving, right? So you can get your sales revenue forecast. Then they told you that what a percentage is what for your gross profit. Not so. A percentage is for your gross profit. Then a percentage is also for your other expenses, right? Now, when you look at the case itself, let's go to the case and let's see. Since you guys are all waiting for the financial, see. Now, this is your plan for the next 2 years, right? They said you are buying building. Let's try to establish the EBITDA. How many sites are we buying?
1,150.
We are buying 1,500 plots.
We
How
are buying
much is
one site of 1,500 plots.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's 5,500 plots. And what is the price per plot?
40,000.
No, that is the cost. per plot. What's the price per plot?
Oh, okay. When we are selling, that's 160.
Yeah, when we are selling, right? That's 163. Remember?
60,000.
You say what? When we are selling to customers after building, how much will we sell?
That'll be 163,000.
163, that is it. So we are saying 163,000. We are establishing our expected sales, right? Expected sales, okay. 163,000 CDs by what? 1,500 plots will be how much? Assuming you are selling the 1,500 houses. Cut 3 zeros off. Let's work in thousands.
You get
whatever figure you get 3 zeros off. Take 3 zeros off.
244,500.
244,500. So 2,445 million, right? Okay. So this is what we've got now. Okay. Now they are telling us that what? Somewhere down there, they say what? It is anticipated that gross margin of 22% after all the costs are recovered, right? So after recovering all costs, we have a gross profit of 22%, right? So that means what's our gross profit? 22% of this 244,500. Do you all follow?
Yes, you get 53,790.
53,790. No, so this 53,790 that you have, that means the balancing figure is the cost, right? All the costs. And the cost will be how much? That's the difference. That means the cost is equivalent to what? 78%. Or true or false? So 78% of the same 244,500 should give us the corresponding cost. And what do we get for the cost?
190,710.
190,710, right? So this one that we've got is the cost, which are going to be recovered, right? Now look at what it is saying. It is saying that, look, each plot is 40,000. No, so meaning that cost is here. 40,000 by the 1,500 plots. That will give us what? We are establishing all the costs that are here, which we will recover. Mention them. 40,000 by 1,500 plots. When you get the figure, cut 3 zeros off. What do you get?
60,000.
Okay. That means you are getting 60,000 out of the 190, right? Okay. Apart from that, they said we'll buy materials. Not so. For how much? 50,000. Remember? No, be so. No, be
Yes.
so. Okay.
Yes.
We are buying materials from 50,000. Okay. Now, take all this out from the 197.10. What do you get? Subtract it. What do you get?
Come again now.
Subtract the material and the cost of the plot from the 190. 190 was the total cost. Subtract it from the total cost. How much do you have left?
8710.
8710. 8710. Okay. Now this 8710, look at what it is saying. It is saying that the remainder of the building costs will be funded from operating cash flows. So that 8710 will be funded from operating cash flows. Now, what are the remainder of the building costs, or what other expenses were we incurring? I'm just assuming, unless further data is given. But when you look at the question, we do not know what our operating cash flows are, right? And also, there were other costs because we want to centralize our department. Do you remember? Yes. The present divisional structure was supposed to be centralized. I hope you are looking at something. Now, go back to the ICA test. What we are doing is, does it not look like this? So, another approach to preparing your cash flow statement is to estimate your earnings before interest and tax, depreciation and amortization using estimates of revenue and cost. And I think this is the approach that they may ask you. I'm not saying this is what is coming. This is, they may ask. Do you get it? Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are following.
We're going to use what you have. Like we got the 244, we got a percentage, the gross profit to be 22%, right? Other expenses, potentially, they can give you in the pre-scene. I do not know. right? The ones that will be funded, how it is supposed to be split and all that. You get this EBITDA. Once you get this EBITDA, this is equivalent to the figure for what? Operating cash flow before the working capital adjustment. So now you are now going to consider the increase in inventory and the rest and add it to this to get operating cash flow. For investing and financing, they are very easy. Mostly when it comes to forecasting cash flow, is the operating that has a lot of work. I hope we are all on point. Now let's come back here to the management accounting decision. Now look at what it said. It says the organizational structure of Prestige grew through a series of acquisitions and mergers. So it grew through a series of acquisitions and mergers over a period of what? Many years. Meaning that now they are at a point where they are doing mergers and acquisitions. But it started from somewhere when it was just an entrepreneurial structure where there was some crisis, right? Meaning, if possible, the greenest growth model can be asked here. At the stage where they were operating by organic growth, how did they grow to where they are now with acquisitions and mergers? Do you see? The things are in the case. Okay, now during this period of growth, newly acquired businesses were allowed to operate semi-autonomously. Now, semi-autonomously means that they are not completely autonomous. There are some functions which have been outsourced or delegated or decentralized, and there are some functions which are still centralized. Now, this is similar to what we call a shutdown decision in management accounting, right? Or a discontinuous decision. And the decision is to compare what? The foregone revenue or the cost savings, okay, the foregone revenue of the cost savings from shutting down or closing that division to what? The avoidable cost of what? Centralizing, right? So you just compare these two and you come up with the incremental benefit or cost. And this is one part. This question has come before, but at case study level, when this type of calculations come, they are going to ask you, after doing that computation, they're going to ask you for the impact on either ROCE, the impact on finance, the impact on ROCE, impact on GRN, impact on maybe earnings per share, or impact on profitability, impact on liquidity, right? So at your level, when you take any decision, the thing is they are going to ask you the impact on your financial. So if I decide to now centralize, is it a good decision? Is it going to result in cost savings as we expected? Or we are going to result in a net loss as we expected? Do you get the idea? Are we following?
Yes.
So what is the format here for this structure? This structure it has come before in strategic case study. I think that was the very second diet. Yes, the second diet, customer focus limited. A similar thing came, but it wasn't centralization. It was an incremental decision from a proposal. And even that proposal had ethical issues. They were using, I think they were using child labor, right? There was something like that. Yes, there was something like that. There were ethical issues around it and all that. So it's similar. It's similar. And these things are that even after taking the decision, if it's a positive benefit, don't end there. The question will tell you what is the impact after considering whether it should be accepted or rejected. What is the impact on the financial? And that is where you get your marks, right? So it's not just about whether it's profitable or not. So let me show you the format that you use when this comes. It's up to you. You can just think about new and old policy. If it hadn't been centralized and if it had been centralized, right? What we have to think about. But what I would talk about here is very simple. It's an incremental cost statement because of what the management accounting is doing. The management accountant is doing. You can even do it and they'll tell you what is the potential impact of the decision you have taken on RI or ROI, right? So doing an incremental or differential cost, this one is incremental cost decision, right? What you are doing is that you are going to consider what? The benefits, which is what? To consider the benefits you are getting from this. And the benefits come from two. Are you getting some revenue from here? So if there's any revenue you are getting, add up your revenue. If there are any cost savings, okay? Add up the cost savings. And this becomes the total benefits that you are getting from that decision, right? The decision to centralize. What are the total benefits? Then now you less your cost, right? You less your cost. So benefits against cost. So this is actually a cost benefit analysis, right? That you are actually doing for this decision. Okay, so the cost, because I do not have further data, I'll just illustrate for you to see so that when you go to the unseen and further information like this is given, you can use it. So cost, you are going to consider what? Your incremental cost that will be incurred. Are there any incremental costs? You consider them. Then any loss in sales. Maybe they tell you that you lost some sales because you weren't building sustainable homes. They become a cost to you, right? So you add all these costs and take it out, right? From your what? Total benefits. Then you get a net what? Either a net benefit or what? Net incremental loss. Okay, so when you get this, you are either checking whether this is going to add up to profit or is going to increase your profit. And you know anything that increase profits can definitely increase ROC. Anything that increase profit will increase equity and therefore decrease gearing. Anything that increase profit will definitely increase EPS. Anything that increase profits will definitely increase RI and ROI, right? So please, just look at the impact of what is happening. So after getting the net benefit or loss in your decision, you are now going to consider the impact on the metrics IC is going to give you. I cannot tell you the exact metric they are going to examine you on, but based on what the case is saying, they can examine you on any kind of metric. And this thing, I told you, it has come before, right? You just have to. The other one that came was a make or buy decision. It was like an outsourcing decision. This one is not outsourcing. This one is like a shutdown decision. So this is how management accounting plays a role in case study, okay? So you still use the concept of incremental cost, but let's see how it works. Let's go back to the case and let's see how it works. I hope by now you've got the approach. Yes. I hope by now you've got the approach. Okay, so let's see. During this period of growth, newly acquired businesses were allowed to operate semi-autonomously with the result that each division acquired its own marketing and sales, operations and finance functions, each with its own systems and favored practices. The new CEO is under pressure to increase profitability. So, you see, the new CEO is what? Under what? Under what?
Pressure.
Under pressure. What ethical threat is there?
Objectivity.
Intimidation.
Intimidation threat, right? Why is he intimidated? He wants to look good in front of the board, right? True or false?
True.
You see, everything in the scenario is availing itself. They can ask you, he being under pressure, what are the ethical issues to consider here? First of all, was he under pressure intentionally or unintentionally? You have to check out, right? You get the idea. What are the things? Maybe somewhere in the case, they'll tell you he's receiving some bonus or he's receiving some incentive, right? And can this lead to agency costs, right? So agency theory and agency costs are likely here. Which are potential questions? It has come before, too. I hope I'm opening your eyes. All the things have become plenty, eh?
There are plenty.
I know. But you just relax, okay? And just soak in the last minute soaking. So that when you go, you won't pour for them. That's all. Are we okay?
Yes.
The case study is not really, it's not difficult. But you just need to get a hang of the case at hand. That is the whole thing. Then you flow, right? So let's now, it was the numbers you guys are concerned about, right? So let's deal with the numbers and let's call it a day. Or what do you say? Because I've already given you the areas to look at. Not so. Okay,
Yes,
so that you can go and look at the other areas before you sleep. It's already 11. Now, they said what? Now they do not want to decentralize because they've duplicated functions like marketing, sales, operations, and finance. So what they want to do is that they have asked the manager, anytime you see management accountant in case study, that means definitely there'll be something regarding management accounting, which may include budgeting. You are going to use budgeting. You are going to do either what relevant costs, or you are going to do performance appraisal, right? Remember that at your management accounting level, management accountants do 3 things. What are they? Planning, controlling, and what?
Monitoring.
Making, right? Is that not the role of the management accountant? So at case study level, if you see the word management accountant, he is coming to do planning. That means something related to budgets, or something related to controlling, which is performance measurement, right? Or something related to decision making, which is incremental cost, or definitely relevant cost, right? So this is the role of the management accountant. So if you see it in case study, it means that this guy is coming to do either of these 3 things. So that's how you should tune your mind. So me, when I get a case, I look at all the potential issues and what is the role of the person. So immediately they mention, then I know this person is going to be made to do either of these things. So it is the role of the management accountant to do these things, right? But from the case, they said he has to do some preliminary work on the what? On the savings. Savings means it's good, right? Meaning this is what they will save if they take up those decisions. Does that make sense? Makes sense. And already I gave you the, did I give you the format? Did I give you the format? Yes. So what are we doing? Here they are saying the cost savings, right? Want to see whether it will result in a net saving or a net loss for the preliminary work this guy wants to do. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. So there are two calculations which we have seen. We have seen the incremental benefit, and then which one? Which are the two calculations I have mentioned so far? One is what? One is the what? Oh, you have forgotten right now. One is the determination of the incremental benefit. Not so. And two is what? One is the incremental benefit, and two is what? I mentioned two calculations. What are they?
EBITDA.
And cash flow forecast, not just EBITDA, cash flow forecast. I mentioned cash flow forecast using the EBITDA approach, right? I taught you all the two approaches. The one where you use the ratios to get first, always the starting point is to use sales. That's why your principal budget factor, even in budgeting, is sales. Get the growth in sales and use it to grow other things, right? So it's the growth that you use to grow the other things. Please do not forget this. I hope you won't forget. Now, look at what the management accountant was supposed to do. Savings that might be made in 2024 and 2025 if each of these functions were centralized as prestigious headquarters. And all these things that we are expecting, and for all you know, you may go and not even one calculation will come from here. They are just going to ask you the benefits of centralization over decentralized systems. Are we okay? Wouldn't you prefer that one rather? Or you prefer the incremental cost?
No, we prepare the other one.
Okay. So if they do that one, then they'll give you a full cash forecast for the 2 years. And that will be very difficult to be a full 20 marker. But if it comes like this, they'll give you this one 10 marks. Then they'll give you the cash flow forecast, a simple one that calculate the EBITDA or the operating cash flows, which is the EBITDA, right? For another 10 marks. Which one would you prefer? It's up to you. Okay, so relevant to any such plan is that organizational structure. The board level accounts for 10% of your operating expenses, right? 40% and operating companies, that's the operational level, taking 50%. And they are saying that the operating expenses can be saved by centralizing the functions above and through updating the IT systems, meaning they will update the IT system, right? Preliminary estimates based on outline quotes for the new IT systems and potential staff redundancy and displacement costs indicate that this will cost 75 million and take 2 years to be fully effective, right? So what we are doing is that you see that so far as they've said 2 years, 2024 and 2025, right? The time value of money is important, right? Because we have to discount this to present value. Do you get it? Do you get it? Because it's 2024 and 2025. We have to see the benefit here. True or false?
True.
But here lies the case. The question said MPV and RI are to be considered. And the question can ask you the similarities and difference between these two methods of valuation or these two methods of appraisal. RI is short-term, MPV is long-term, right? The thing is that RI and MPV all measure monetary value, right? That is why they are important in measuring performance. Okay, the actual monetary value you are getting, and they are all measures of shareholder wealth. Okay, they all measure shareholder wealth. The additional value you add, right, in terms of money. Just that MPV is the short term and its short version is MPV is long term and its short version is IR, right? RI, sorry. Now, one thing you have to know here is that these things you can estimate the savings, meaning what savings will you get in the future? Okay, meaning that with this that we have said, I do not have the financial statement, right? But they can give you rough management account and they'll ask you that like carry out this incremental cost. So let's say that in the management account, right? The company had total cost. Let's say the company's total cost was somewhere, let's say, 150 million, right? So let's say that the company's total cost was 150 million. They've told you this. Let's break this down. So how much would account for the board expenses? So 10% will be board expenses. How much? That's 50 million, right? 10% of this 150 million. You all agree? Then let's go to the operating expenses. The divisional level has what? 40% of the 150 million will be how much? Quickly. 40% of the 150 million will be how much? Please, quickly. We don't have time, and you are too relaxed. 60 million also.
60 million.
Okay. And then 50% of the 150 will be what? Is it 75 million?
Yeah, 75.
Okay, this ends up with a total expense of 135 million. Now, this 135 million, they are saying that what? 40%, these costs that we are incurring, right? If we centralize, we are going to save 40% of this. That means the saving will be what? 40% of the 135 will be saved, which is how much? 40% of 135 will be how much?
54.
54. Okay, so see, that means the saving is 54 million. But how much cost are we incurring after we decide to what? Centralize. We are incurring 75, right? No, be so. So is there a net benefit or a net loss based on what I have given? So you will save cost of 54, but you are actually incurring cost of 75. Is it a good decision? Is it a good decision?
No.
No, because it will result in a net loss. So here you are going to say that the company should not centralize. Get the idea. But what other non-financial factors should be considered? So always decision non-financial factors. And they are going to ask you, so what are the non-financial factors to consider? One, the redundancy issues you have to consider. The spare capacity left, right? You have to consider this. What else are you going to consider? The IT systems. Are you getting it? The local knowledge that will be forgotten, right? The stress on the top management. Okay, so you can just use the advantages and disadvantages of decentralization and centralization to talk about the non-financial factors. Also, ICA can ask you that, assess whether this centralization will be feasible, suitable, or acceptable. So acceptability has to do with your stakeholders. Would they accept it? Do you get the idea? So instead of coming with net benefit or net loss, they can ask you from this point, feasibility, acceptability, and what? Suitability. Okay, which means you still do the same thing, but you just have to check whether one, they have the resources to carry this out. Two, will their stakeholders accept? And does it suit the organizational strategy, or does it fit with the organization's culture, strategy, and mission? Are we okay? So this is the same thing that they are just going to do. When they give a financial statement, just split the cost based on what they are going to give you, and then compare it to the 75 million. Okay, you get 40% of the total cost for the operating and then the divisional. That 40% will result in a saving. Compare the saving to the cost that you will incur over the 2-year period. And then you tell us whether it is a net saving, a net benefit, or a net what? A net loss. And I told you that once you get the net benefit or the net loss, what are you going to do? You are going to look at the impact on what they told you to do, right? Whether it's going to increase profit, ROC, GRN, or whatever. They'll tell you to look at the impacts. Then you talk about it, that this will increase GRN by 30%. Maybe we'll increase earnings per share by 10%. I get it. So these are literally the things that you have to talk about or look out for. So that was it. I don't know, since most people want to sleep, I've already given you areas to look at. Make sure you look at those areas and then you should be fine. You should be fine, right? So, change management. Okay. So change management was what we were looking at before I dived into this area. So change management is the last thing. Then we say good night. So with change management, I'm not going to talk plenty. Like, where are you? Yeah. So we looked at the different kinds of change, but they can ask you for the resistance to change. You know, they were resisting change at Prestige. Do you remember? So what are the resistance to change? And resistance to change is always linked to the Lewin's, what do we call it? The driving forces and the Lewin's change model, which is the driving and restraining forces. In the case of prestige, attitudes towards change can significantly impact the success of various initiatives and transformational efforts. Here's how the reasons for opposing change outlined above may apply to the case, right? So reasons related to the job. Employees may fear that the restructuring or centralizing the functions for a job will result in job redundancies or render their existing skills obsolete, right? So those who work within the decentralized divisions may resist the idea of centralizing functions at prestigious headquarters if they believe it could jeopardize their roles or diminish their autonomy, right? Technological advancements or changes in building techniques, as seen in the case of sustainable housing, may lead to resistance from employees who fear that their skills may no longer be relevant or valued. Then we have personal reasons and fears. Employees may feel threatened by change, perceiving it as a criticism of their current work practices or their importance within the organization. For instance, if Prestige decides to streamline its operations, employees in the decentralized divisions may interpret it as a signal that their contributions are not valued or that their divisional autonomy is being undermined. Okay. Social reasons. Resistance to change may arise from concerns about disrupting existing work groups, interpersonal relationships, and the rest, right? Employees may also resist change if they have negative perceptions. Now, these reasons why people are resisting change or this resistance to change are called restraining forces. They stop the change from happening. So how do you stop people from having these things? You put in change management strategies like collaboration, like participation in decision making, like what? Speaking to them, reaching a compromise, winning the people's support. All these things are they are strategies for managing change, right? Now, they say effective management is crucial in managing change, particularly during periods of transformational change. I explain how managers and team leaders can fulfill their role in managing change within the organization, right? So in the case of Prestige, effective leadership is crucial in managing change, particularly during periods of transformational change, right? So they can communicate the reasons for the change, build trust, encourage participation, lead by example, provide support and resources, manage resistance, right? So these are how management can help in change management in Prestige. Then we have the force field analysis, which I was talking about, which is the driving forces of change. That are the things that make change possible, right? And then we have the restraining forces. The question is actually a past question. It said, what? Explain Lewin's force field analysis and how it can be applied to understand the dynamic of plant changes within Prestige designers and the factors influencing their success or failure, right? So you can talk about the driving forces of the change, the things that are steering the change, the things that are pushing the change, right? So expansion into new markets, such as the neighboring West African countries, driven by the potential for growth and increased profitability. The demand for sustainable housing presents an opportunity for Prestige to differentiate itself in the market and cater to evolving consumer preferences. The desire to streamline operations through centralization and rationalization of the divisional organizational structure reflect a drive for efficiency and cost effectiveness, right? But then the restraining forces are resistance from employees who fear job insecurity or believe their skills may become obsolete with technological advancement or organizational restructuring. There's also cultural resistance to change within the company stemming from entrenched habits, attitudes, and existing relationships among employees. Then we have regulatory constraints or legal barriers in the new market, such as differences in corporate governance, requirements, or environmental regulations. Then financial constraints, including the initial investment required for the expansion and development of sustainable housing projects. ICA may have said MPV is not necessary. They can decide to change their mind and bring MPV in the unseen. We don't know and we don't care. Whatever comes, we should be able to do it, right? So far as there are divisions, there's a possibility that everything around division, okay, when we talk about divisions in itself, everything around divisions are possible. One is transfer pricing. Here, they are just going to ask you about the issue of goal congruence, which I don't even want to talk about because these issues, you know them already. So goal congruence and divisional autonomy. They can ask you a question on it. They can come and ask you issues on what? Divisions are businesses. Okay, since divisions are businesses, they can ask you about what? Portfolio. And portfolio here is only the most model that you are concerned about is the BCG. They're just going to ask you what nature of the divisions are or what your products are, the product life cycle. Okay. And finally, corporate parenting. It's corporate parenting that is actually likely. Okay. That is actually what we are expecting, corporate parenting. This one. This is what we are actually expecting from divisions. Okay, if they are going to ask you. And corporate parenting comes with a matrix we call the Ashridge portfolio display. Okay. So when it comes to corporate parenting, it's between this and this. Well, you are not there to get 100. You can't do everything. If you have read, then fine. If you haven't, if you think you have time in the morning, just walk through corporate parenting and TP and these areas just to be fine. At least just have the idea. Because you can't cover every single area, but just drawing your attention. At least know the parenting styles, know how parent creates and destroys value, know what the Ashridge portfolio display are, what is an alien business, what's a heartland business, a value trap business, right? At least know those things. Corporate parenting, very important, because Prestige has grown through mergers and acquisitions. Acquisitions meaning it is a parent. How does a parent manage its babies, right? How does it manage a strategic business unit? That's corporate parenting for you, right? And it has come before. Corporate parenting has been coming. And a particular question that came 2 nights ago, where is it? I think I stored it somewhere. Portfolio. Yeah. So look, this question came, I think I've forgotten, but 3 nights ago. Prestige Designers Board is debating on the corporate parenting strategy that should be adopted. Corporate parenting refers to the relationship between the head office and the strategic business unit staff. Okay, this one was for one company, I forgot it, but I was trying to relate it, right? So as a lead consultant, explain to Prestige Designers management team 3 broad parenting styles that can be adopted as described by Good and Campbell. 10 marks. So we have financial control. It was Savitech. Financial control, strategic planning, strategic control, right? So they can ask you for BCG. And it says what? How can what? BCG be used to analyze business portfolio and strategic decisions in the company, right? So these are the particular areas that they can ask you. Ashridge has never been examined before. Nobody has ever examined Ashridge in ICA before. But if they've never examined Ashridge, one thing that you should note is this one. What do we call it? The strategy, the end of the day, whether the business should be closed down, that like the parent can add value to the business, or the parent can also add suitable benefits to that business, right? Should I collapse that division, or I should continue running the division effectively? Okay, that depends on 2 things, the feel and the benefits. Okay, that is it. I cannot go further, but at least you would have read it before, or you would have dealt with it before, right? But mostly the likely model around portfolio is BCG. Okay, BCG. But they can give you further information in there and see that can change everything. So back to our change. It just occurred to me, so I had to tell you. So back to our change management. Okay, so we saw that, and then where were we? We were on the driving forces and then the force field analysis, the restraining forces. Now, the strategies for managing the change is what? Try to reduce the restraining forces and strengthen the driving forces. So Prestige can reinforce the driving forces for change by emphasizing the benefits and opportunities associated with expansion and innovation. This could include showcasing success stories from similar ventures or highlighting the potential for career growth and development. And then you can also reduce the restraining forces, identifying and addressing employee concerns through effective communication and engagement strategies, okay? Providing training and upskilling opportunities can alleviate fears of job insecurity and equip employees with the skills needed for new roles or technologies. Proactively addressing regulatory challenges, right? Building alliances with key stakeholders. These are ways that you can strengthen. So the whole thing about Lewin's force field analysis is that you can what? You first talk about what the restraining and driving forces are, the things pushing for the change or restricting the change. Then you now talk about the strategies for managing the change, which is things that will strengthen the driving forces and reduce the restraining forces, right? From there, they can ask you about what? The internal and external triggers for change. Now, internal triggers of change in Prestige, there was organizational growth, right? They had undergone a series of mergers and acquisitions leading to complex organization structure with semi-autonomous divisions. The need to rationalize this structure arises internally due to the desire to increase profitability and streamline operations. Then we have strategic initiatives. like considering expanding into neighboring West African countries. There was operational challenges, like things associated with what? Fit for purpose, right? Then external ones, there was market dynamics, the regulatory environment, like shifting government policies, the social and environmental factors. So you can use Pestel. I told you can use Pestel to identify triggers of change. Still here, right? The technological advancement, like the modern methods of construction, and social and environmental factors like the public opposition to large-scale development. They are all triggers of change. They are triggers that we still need to consider to change. Then the economic conditions like what? The GDP, inflation, and all that, right? Now, they said the board chairman wants the new CEO to keep to the original vision and mission upon which the company was founded. But the CEO has his own idea of the direction he wants to take the company. So, this is also another issue. There could be a potential issue between the CEO and what the board wants, right? So when this conflict happens, how does it impact corporate governance? I don't know. You decide. What is the code of best practice? It's up to you. Now, what are the levers of change? Levers of change are things that should make change possible, right? I get it. That should drive the change. So levers of change include first trying to understand the need for the change, okay? The commitment of leaders to the change. You should effectively communicate with people. You look at management qualities for a successful change: empathy, resilience, ability to inspire and motivate others during times of the change, adaptation of the organizational structure and responsibilities. You have to institute a reward system, right? Revise your existing critical success factors and key performance indicators, educate and train employees, right? So that is one thing that you have to look at. Levers of change has come 3 times since strategic case study came. It can come again. Well, you just have to be ready. Then the change agent. Who is a change agent? They can ask you the benefits of an external change agent if the CEO decides to engage the services of one to lead the proposed changes in Prestige, right? So the change agent it could be an external party or it could be an internal party who is brought in, but here it says external agent. What is he supposed to do? He can explain the reasons why people need the change, involve and participate people, maintain communication among staff and management, and provide training. He can also emphasize the benefits of that change. Are we okay? Are we okay? So, the next question around this, which are still the levers of change. Now, Rosabeth Moscanta suggested some skills that managers should have in order to what? Change, adapt, to improve profit, okay? And this one can also be used. They are also levers of change. So all these models, they are related. That is the whole thing. So most of the time, they can ask you to bring or use this model or use that model, right? So with Rosabeth Moscanta and change, adapt skills, he says that you should have some skills. First of all, you must tune into the environment. Look at the changes that are happening, the triggers that necessitate a change. Then you challenge what you are already doing, right? That's the prevailing organizational wisdom. You have to be willing to question the existing norms and practices within the organization, right? And you have to now communicate your compelling aspiration, right? Articulate a clear vision, talk to the board and your prospective stakeholders and tell them, you know, with this thing happening, this is the appropriate thing we should do. Then from there, you now start making friends. Now getting support from your various stakeholders. It also goes with your stakeholder analysis, right? And I know everybody here is aware of how to do a stakeholder analysis, whether it's position or importance or Mendeley. You should be ready. Then from there, when you make friends, you learn to persevere, face all obstacles that come your way when you are implementing the change. Then you make everyone a hero. Reward people, recognize people so that they feel part of the decision-making process. So this is what Rosabeth Moscanta says. Though Rosabeth Moscanta has a lot of theories, I don't think ICA can go to those other theories, right? But ICA has focused here, and that is where they brought questions. Now, the new CEO is keen that change in Prestige designers should be transformational. I explained to the board of Prestige using the Gemini 4R model, right? The element of transformational change by relating it to the above case, 10 marks. So applying the Gemini 4R to Prestige, also, we have the reframe, where you have to reframe your organizational structure and operating practices to adapt to the change, okay? Then from there, you communicate the desire for the change to the people, right? Then after that, you restructure. This is where you examine your organizational structure, you will reallocate resources, restructure departments, and all do that, right? Then you create a system where you can what? You can evaluate people's performance. Then you revitalize. And this is where you revitalize your business by exploring new product market, going to the West African country, checking all those things to see whether it aligns with your vision, right? So this is where you look at your product portfolio, the businesses you are doing, and see how it will help you when you change all these things, right? From there, you embrace innovation and adapt to the changing customer preferences, okay? You can redefine your existing competitive position and open up new opportunities for growth. Then from there, you renew. You actually implement and invest in the development of your employees to ensure that they have the skills necessary to support the change process, right? Then you give them training and development. You also reward them when they do well, making everyone a hero. You see how this model relates to the Roosevelt Moscanta model. They are all related. Are we okay? So the last model is the Lewis and Freeze change and refreeze model. And this has also come before. Using Lewis model for managing change suggests an approach to introducing planned transformational change in perceived design and STEM maps. Okay, so we know we have unfreeze, which is where you take what they already know from their minds, and you encourage them to recognize what they're already doing that is wrong. Then you come to the change, where you now prepare their minds for the change and implement the change. And refreeze is where what has been done now, that change, you make it stay. How do you make the change stay? You sustain the changes by preventing people from going back to what they already knew, and you start rewarding them and recognizing their efforts and continuous monitoring and evaluation, right? So that was all about change management. Everything under change management you are supposed to do. So that is a little I wanted to give you. I hope it was worth it. May the Lord be with you, and I hope tomorrow you go in with your chest up and come out with smiles on your faces. May the Lord be with you once again, and I pray the Lord goes with you, lift you up so that your feet never kicks against a stone, as he said in Psalm 91. You will go in with smiles on your faces and come out with smiles on your faces in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
So how was the session?
I'll say it was good, but just that it
very
was too
powerful.
lengthy. It's plenty, but it was, it
is
was
it.
good.
That is it. Remember, this thing I was supposed to do it over the whole 3-month period, and I'm I'm doing it just in a session. So you must understand. They understand. But at least I focus on areas that you needed and areas that are likely in the case. So just prepare, and then may the Lord be with you. Okay.
Okay,
See you.
thank you. Bye. See you.